Chapter 1034. Once again, he averted the danger. No, he took advantage of the attention caused by the public opinion storm to take the opportunity to throw out a more resolute attitude. I have been counterattacked by him. Although policies have to pay attention to laws and regulations, they have to consider public opinion, especially the environmental protection industry, which is closely related to the national economy and the people's livelihood. Whether an environmental protection company can continue to survive steadily has a great relationship with the company's reputation. Yesterday's storm of public opinion did not cause any harm and trouble to Chen Guang and his Xiaoguang environmental protection. Instead, it became a boost for him. The conscience of a private entrepreneur. Why did Chen Guang take the risk to set foot in the environmental protection industry? Environmental protection rules the world. Stars do environmental protection, easy money and difficult money. Chen Guang interview. Why did I apply for environmental science as an undergraduate? From a scapegoat to a reversal of the situation, what does Chen Guang want? There is no magic in environmental protection. Reaching the standard is justice. Why can Xiaoguang environmental protection come back from the dead? Different professions are different mountains, but the omnipotent Superman can cross the mountains, saving Xiaoguang environmental protection. Such positive press releases appeared in the media and were sent to Song Ningyuan by the Public Relations Department of Tiansong Water Group. It was like a fierce slap in his face. What made Song Ningyuan feel most flustered was the very strong will and attitude expressed between the lines by Chen Guang through these press releases. Unlike before, when he accidentally became the receiver, now that the matter had become big, he had also escorted Xiaoguang environmental protection to pass the review. His position was corrected and his attitude was clearer. He wanted to loudly tell everyone that he, Chen Guang, was here, and he was determined to take care of this matter. Previously, there had still been people who had taken him interfering in the Xiaoguang Environmental Protection Agency as a joke. Those of higher levels had thought that he was just playing around, just having a moment of playfulness and not taking it seriously, thinking that they could use other methods to make up for it to make him feel satisfied. But now, Chen Guang's attitude was even clearer. I think I can manage Xiaoguang environmental protection well, and I think I can prove that I can make Tongshan Industrial Factory meet the standards. Chen Guang was no longer the hot-headed Tsing University student who could be easily bullied by others. He had already proven his worth and status, and he was inextricably linked to China's top officials. Therefore, his attitude was extremely important. Whether it was to the ordinary people or to the higher-ups of Huaxia, it was the same. Now, his grip was getting tighter and tighter. Song Ningyuan knew that it would be more and more difficult for him to let go, and the price he would have to pay would be greater and greater. Perhaps he could really loosen the hearts of some of the higher-ups and turn them to support what he did in Tongshan City. Song Ningyuan frowned deeply. He had no choice but to put away his contempt and ridicule and face this matter with a more cautious attitude. Damn it, he seized the opportunity to turn the tables. If it goes on like this, you might really end up empty-handed. Zheng He had originally wanted to see Chen Guang make a fool of himself today, but he didn't expect to see Song Ningyuan, who was in a terrible fix. He rushed to Song Ningyuan's computer to see the situation, and then he also understood the situation and shouted in shock. Song Ningyuan waved his hand, feeling a headache coming on. All right, Heezy, don't worry about this. Go back to your school. Song Ningyuan wasn't too happy that his cousin had seen a joke. We can't just let it go like this. Although Zheng He was still studying, he had been more or less involved in the company's business. He knew that Tongshan Industrial Factory was the key layout of Tiansong Water Group, and it was the benchmark project for Tiansong's expansion from civil urban wastewater treatment to industrial wastewater treatment. If this matter was messed up, Song Ningyuan would suffer a great loss. Even if it was a family business, he would not be able to avoid blame, and at the same time, other shareholders would question his ability. There was even the possibility that Song Ning-yuan's position in the company would be shaken. From urban wastewater treatment to industrial projects was a big expansion direction, representing the total investment direction of Tiansong Water Group in the next few years or even a decade. Currently, Song Ning-yuan was relying on his father, Song Qinxiu, to hold on to the key to this new direction. However, if things were not handled well, it was possible that his power would be transferred to other professional managers to run the business. Song Ning-yuan nodded. Of course I know. Of course I can't let it go. After saying that, Song Ning-yuan got up and called his secretary to make arrangements. He finally planned to go to Tongshan personally. Since he had been beaten black and blue by Chen Guang and had no strength to fight back, he might as well try to fight him head-on. He had to make him retreat. Chen Guang, didn't you also express your determination? Similarly, I'll show you my determination to get Tongshan Industrial Factory. I have to make you understand that this piece of meat isn't that delicious. There are bones in it. Even if you swallow it, it will get stuck in your throat. I have to make you think clearly. Your best choice is to take my compensation and leave, then cut your losses. Are you kidding? Tongshan Industrial Factory didn't meet the standards for 8 years. Do you really think it's that simple? I know you can get the Lu Group's water company to work with, but so what? The situation of Tongshan Industrial Plant is very special, and the wastewater treatment is very difficult. If anyone can rebuild it and run it up to the standard, there is no reason for our Tiansong Water Group to stand out among several competing units. We are gods invited by the local government of Tongshan City. What does Tiansong Water Group rely on? It's the huge technical consultant team standing behind us. We have the technical ability to lead the country and even the world. Even if you invest hundreds of millions to complete the reconstruction, you don't have the diamond to do this porcelain work, you still can't meet the standards. Of course, Song Ning-yuan was not relying on rootless duckweed. This was also the real reason why he was still confident in snatching food from the tiger's mouth. On the other side, the local government of Tongshan City also experienced a torturous day, but fortunately, it landed smoothly again. If it wasn't for the fact that they were still afraid and Chen Guang didn't have an appointment, the first, second, third, fourth, and fifth leaders of Tongshan City would probably take the initiative to discuss the next step with Chen Guang. Do you want to rebuild it or what? Please give me a straightforward answer. Although adding medicine is good, it's not a long-term solution. We still have to rebuild it. Chen Guang wasn't in a hurry to continue expressing his position. His words had already spread, and old Master Jean didn't call to make things difficult for him. This was good news. It meant that the old master's attitude toward him had changed. Later, Chen Guang thought about it and felt that the review team had inexplicably extended to 7 consecutive days of trial. The random sampling method was a little too crazy and targeted. It wasn't hard to guess that the old master might have secretly made things difficult for him. At that time, old Master Jin's attitude was very clear. He felt that there was no need for him to get involved in this muddy water. He wanted to make Xia Guang environmental protection fail and then compensate him from other places. However, Chen Guang couldn't blame anyone. After all, they had good intentions and guaranteed that it was worth hundreds of millions. The old master just didn't understand his determination and didn't want him to get into trouble because of this matter. In this regard, Chen Guang was also quite embarrassed. In everyone's eyes, his best choice was, of course, to let go. He could extort at least tens of millions from Tiansong Water Group and then go to the old master to complain. Last time, when he resigned from his position as the director, the old master made the Shanghai Financial Group take the blame and gave him $1 billion. This time, he lost the sewage treatment plant. Even if it wasn't $1 billion, it was easy to cash out 200 to 300 million. Moreover, a few days ago, he got a huge bargain. He took away Jin Shuyue and Jiang Yage's management company for $1. If it was someone else who received this treatment, they would probably look in the mirror and think carefully about whether they were the son of destiny. Chen Guang was too embarrassed to tell the truth to Old Master Jin. He didn't let go because he felt uncomfortable. He wanted to save face and suffer. He didn't like Song Ningyuan. Even if he had to spend money, he didn't want Song Ningyuan to take advantage of him. It sounded noble, but it was actually that simple. It was such a great dream. Maybe it was a little, but more than that, it was an obsession in his heart that he couldn't tell others. Chen Guang wasn't a standard businessman. He couldn't weigh the pros and cons like ordinary businessmen. Unlike businessmen who haggled over every penny, he cared more about his own feelings. However, he couldn't say this out loud. Otherwise, he would become a laughing stock, especially the group of old masters in Yanjing. When he resigned from his position as the director of the Guangding General Administration, Chen Guang had already explained it to the old masters in the meeting. Whether it was in the business world or the government, the logic was the same. That's your world, and I can't be someone like you. It was rare for Chen Guang to have some free time, and he could finally have a good night's rest in the hotel. The next day, he woke up early and went straight to the factory. When he arrived at the factory, he saw Guoming and a few other workers moving things into his temple. "What are you guys moving?" he asked as he walked closer. Seeing this, Guoming quickly moved sideways to block his line of sight. Chen Guang pushed Guoming away. "Stop blocking. Are you going to block here forever?" "Fine." He finally saw what it was. He wondered where these people got this plaster statue. That's right. It was a standard plaster statue of the Lord of the Earth. It was just that this local god's face looked slightly familiar, and there was a 70 to 80% resemblance to his own facial features. However, there was a beard underneath, and he looked like a middle-aged version of himself. "Old Gua, I suddenly feel that Tianguang Corporation is still lacking a guard. You can't spend the factory's money like this. It's only been a day, and you guys have to spend at least a few thousand to make this." Guoming chuckled. "Mr. Chen, you're thinking too much. This was made by our employees. We didn't use the company's money. Also, we only spent the cost price. It was made by Xiao Fang's father from the production department. You probably don't know this, but Xiao Fang's father is famous in the city for making plaster statues. He's especially good at making land statues like the god of wealth. He's an experienced craftsman. I know that guy." Chen Guang remembered. Xiao Fang was the guy who first called him the Lord of the Earth yesterday. Guoming saw that Chen Guang didn't seem to be angry, so he asked the others to carefully move the plaster statue inside. He said, "Actually, we didn't mean anything by putting it here. Isn't it auspicious? Anyway, the house has already been built. There's no use for it. It's weird to leave it empty." Chen Guang snorted. "I understand that, but why does it look like me? I think Xiao Fang might want to guard the door too." "Mr. Chen. I'm innocent. This is a coincidence." "It's definitely a coincidence." As he spoke, Xiao Fang, who was especially superstitious yesterday, suddenly appeared from the side. Chen Guang put on a straight face, looking like he wanted to strangle someone to death. He deliberately scared this troublemaker. "Then why don't you give me a reasonable explanation? Tell me, did you place my photo in front of your father and make him copy it?" Xiao Fang waved his hands. "No. I really didn't. But this does have something to do with you, Mr. Chen." Chen Guang raised his hands. "You're 3 sentences away from our Tongshan factory's main door. When I went home last night, I told my father that I needed a Lord of the Earth, but I didn't say that I was in a hurry, nor did I say what kind of person I wanted. Later, he dragged me to drink. I drank a little too much and went straight to sleep. In the end, when I woke up this morning, I saw this statue in my yard. At that time, I saw that it looked like you, Mr. Chin, and I was so scared that I almost cried. I asked my father how he got it like this. He said that he was watching the highlights of the Guinness World Fair, and at the same time, he used a mold that he had made before to sculpt the face of a master sculptor who was especially good at it. He said that the master was terrifying. He could carve flowers on the tip of a pencil with a small knife. He was the idol of people like him. He was a god. Then, I quickly looked at the plate. Isn't that you, Mr. Chin? Chen Guang, fine, he remembered this incident. Wasn't it what happened when he participated in the Guinness World Fair and pretended to sharpen pencils? Xiao Fang said it in a very convincing manner. Chen Guang could tell from his expression that he was telling the truth. He really wasn't messing with him on purpose. I hesitated for a long time whether I should move this plaster statue over. It would be a pity if I just threw it away. My father really liked the mold that he carved while drunk yesterday. My father said that this was the best portrait he had carved in the past 10 years. Look, Mr. Chin, these eyebrows, these bright and spirited eyes, this handsome nose bridge. It's called a plaster statue, but it's actually a work of art. When I get back, I'll get my father to add a layer of anti-corrosive varnish. It can be preserved for decades or even centuries. This is comparable to the statue of Guan Di in the famous Guan Di Temple in Tongshan City. The more Xiao Fang spoke, the more excited he became. Mr. Chin, let me say something rebellious. The gods in the heavens believe in it, and if they don't, they won't. We villagers pay attention to this. If Tongshan Factory can operate stably under the protection of this statue, then wouldn't this statue ensure the safety of Tongshan City? This is the true lord of the land. In a few years, when our Tongshan Factory does well, people will remember our good deeds and come here to worship this handsome statue of the land. Although this statue looks similar to you, Mr. Chin, once it stands here, it won't just be your problem. This place, our factory, is the dragon vein of Tongshan City. The statue of the land suppresses the dragon vein here, so it can't be touched. Most importantly, this statue of the land is really handsome, right? Chen Guang immediately retreated in defeat. Handsome, it's indeed handsome. What you said makes sense. How about this, I'll go take a stroll in the laboratory first. He was practically running away in panic. As Xiao Fang spoke, his face glowed with incomparable sincerity, as if moving the statue of the land would cause the entire Tongshan city to shake. After walking far away, he turned back to look. The statue of the land had completely placed Chen Guang's face in. Xiao Fang took out 3 incense sticks from nowhere. Guoming was at the side taking out a lighter to light the incense for him. A few seconds later, those bastards actually knelt down in unison. Chen Guang had goosebumps all over his body. Forget it, forget it. Out of sight, out of mind. Yo, what a rare guest. You finally remembered to come to our laboratory to pay your respects to the researchers. The moment Chen Guang pushed open the laboratory door, Hua Ling, who was holding a test tube to pour the medicine, squinted her eyes and teased him when she saw him. Zhong Yu was fiddling with the water bath pot. It looked like she was preparing to test the total phosphorus. Chen Guang randomly found a chair and sat down. Senior Hua Ling, look at what you're saying. Haven't I been tormented enough for the past few days? Hua Ling chuckled. Who cares? Just sit there like a statue of a god. I feel like you're about to become an immortal. Chen Guang flipped open the experiment notebook on the desk next to him and casually flipped through it. If I really become an immortal, I'll give Senior Hua Ling a spot to follow me to the heavens. Zhongyu covered her mouth and laughed. Hualing rolled her eyes. Who wants to follow you to the heavens? There are only old immortals in the heavens. There are no handsome young men. You should just take Teacher Zhua to the heavens. Chen Guang did not dare to respond to Hualing's words. Instead, he changed the topic. Oh right, you're still working on photocatalysts, right? How is it? Are there any substantial results? Can it be used in our Tongshan factory? Zhongyu plugged in the water bath pot and turned back to sit next to Chen Guang. Sigh, let's not talk about this anymore. This time, Hualing and I actually came here to verify the results of our previous work with Teacher Zhua's project team and show you our data. Zhongyu opened the Excel file on the computer. The screen was densely packed with data that the two of them had worked on in the past few months. It was generally divided into the following categories. Pure photocatalysts for reducing COD, ammonia nitrogen, and total phosphorus. Well, it was almost equal to 0. After photocatalysts catalyzed the breaking of macromolecular chains, the biochemical removal rate of the same kind of sewage in the pilot simulator had a slight effect, but it was not particularly obvious. Photocatalysts had almost no effect on the biochemical effect of phenol pollutants. Photocatalysts had almost no effect on the biochemical effect of ester pollutants. Photocatalysts had almost no effect on the removal of heavy metals from precipitated floccules. Chen Guang was too lazy to look at the data one by one. He only glanced at the removal rate that the two of them had converted. It was quite disappointing. Isn't this completely useless? Hualing finished adding the medicine and shrugged. Of course. Do you think it's so easy to develop a new kind of photocatalyst? Cabbages. Teacher Zhua pondered in the laboratory for so long, and several other project teams worked together to barely develop a few stable structures. It's a pity that according to the results of Zhongyu and my on-site verification, it's still a long way from practical use. Zhongyu said, "You can't say that. Every new structure of a photocatalyst represents a new possibility. What we're doing now may seem ineffective, but maybe it will have a miraculous effect when it comes to certain special pollutants. Or maybe in industrial production, it will have a miraculous effect on the catalytic synthesis of certain chemical products. It can't be said that the new structure is meaningless and useful. It's just that we have to spend more time and energy to find the right use. It's just like when Edison invented the electric light. Before that, who would have thought that tungsten could be used as a filament for electric lights?" Chen Guang applauded. What Zhongyu said makes sense. Hualing crossed her legs. What's the use of that? Just like Zhongyu and I, we spent several months of effort, but in the end, we only verified that our new structure can't be used in the complex sewage environment of Tongshan factory. What we're doing now is to verify that the filament can be used in one of the thousands of elimination methods before tungsten. The real thing that can be remembered and the real result is always the last step. Everyone knew about Edison, but who knew about the failed researchers in the Edison project team? The elimination method we're doing is the most laborious and the most meaningless. Chen Guang couldn't refute this. Looking at the densely packed experimental data that the two of them had listed, it was indeed quite laborious. Every time they verified it, they had to compare the concentration of pollutants before and after the test, and they had to control the necessary conditions of the laboratory to a very precise degree. Eliminating all interference factors, just to find a slight difference between the conditions with and without the photocatalyst, they had to spend several days or even a month testing hundreds or even thousands of data. This kind of work was boring and lacked a sense of accomplishment. Zhongyu was much more optimistic. But as long as we can find something useful, for example, in the pharmaceutical synthesis section, if we can increase the product yield by 1%, that would be a profit of hundreds of millions of US dollars. Or in the field of environmental protection, if we can increase the removal rate by 1% and save 1% of operating costs, that would be a profit of hundreds of millions of US dollars. Hua Ling shrugged. Anyway, with what we've done so far, it's hopeless. We'll have to see if Teacher Zhua can bring back some surprises from the United States. After saying that, Hua Ling suddenly covered her mouth. She realized that she had spilled the beans. Chen Guang was slightly surprised. Teacher Zhua is coming back. Hua Ling waved her hands. Don't ask me, I don't know anything. Hey, what are you doing here today? Are you here to help us? Chen Guang saw that she didn't want to say it, so he thought that there was no need to ask her. If you don't want to say it, then forget it. I'll call and ask myself. Isn't that the same? Hua Ling wanted to say something, but Zhong Yu immediately covered her mouth and stuffed an experiment manual into Chen Guang's hands. You look very free today. Aren't you a member of our lab? Why don't you learn and give it a try? Chen Guang was thinking about Zhuo Jingxi. He missed her a little, but he didn't know how to face her. In the end, he still plucked up the courage to call Zhuo Jingxi, but he couldn't get through. Her phone was turned off. After that, Chen Guang returned to the laboratory and started messing around with the two of them. Maybe Zhuo Jingxi was on a plane, and Chen Guang planned to call her after a while. If Zhuo Jingxi really came back from the United States, it was reasonable for him to pick her up. Until the afternoon, Chen Guang still couldn't get through to her. However, he had to leave the lab temporarily, because a few uninvited guests had come to the factory. Song Ningyuan had personally led a team to meet Chen Guang. Chen Guang didn't want to talk to him, but Song Ningyuan was accompanied by the head of Tongshan's Environmental Protection Department, Deputy Chief Pang, whom he had already met once, and the Deputy Chief of the Municipal Administration. He had to meet them. Chapter 1035. Song Ningyuan was sitting casually in the conference room of the Tongshan factory office building. Although he had arrived in a hurry, there was no sign of anxiety on his face. Instead, he looked exceptionally calm. From time to time, he would whisper to Zheng He, who had come with him to join in the fun. From time to time, he would nod at the local officials of Tongshan who were sitting opposite him. On the way from Wujing to Tongshan, he had made one phone call after another. After receiving a clear answer, his mood had turned from gloomy to sunny, and he was indescribably satisfied. Chen Guang, let's see what you're going to do. Song Ningyuan crossed his legs, picked up the teacup in front of him, and took a comfortable sip. Things had taken a turn for the better. Even the tea in the factory tasted sweeter. On the other side, Chen Guang walked into the office surrounded by the middle management of the Tongshan factory. He went straight to the main seat, then looked to the side and saw Song Ningyuan and Zheng He looking at him meaningfully. Chen Guang frowned slightly, rolled his eyes, and pointed at Zheng He. This is Mr. Song Ningyuan from Tiansong, right? The smug look on Song Ningyuan and Zheng He's faces disappeared in an instant, and they were both speechless. What the hell is going on? You actually mistook us for each other. Song Ningyuan suppressed his anger, stood up, and said, Mr. Chen, you're forgetful. We've met once before. How can you mistake me for someone else? I'm Song Ningyuan, and this is Zheng He, a member of the board of directors of New Radiance Group. Our two companies have close cooperation, so today, we're here to see the Tongshan industrial factory that Tiansong Water Company is about to take over. Zheng He said sarcastically, What? Chen Guang, you've even forgotten your old classmate. Forget it, brother, let's not play dumb with him anymore. Chen Guang, my brother and I are cousins. This Tongshan industrial factory doesn't just belong to Tiansong Water Company. New Radiance Group also has a stake in it. Tongshan is also one of the top industrial bases of New Radiance Group in the country. The large feed factory beside the highway exit was New Ray's pig feed industrial base. Whether as a partner of Tiansong or considering the interests of my New Ray group, I need to represent the company to come down and take a look at the situation of Tongshan Industrial Factory. Chen Guang pretended to be enlightened. Oh. I remember now. Sigh, look at my memory. Zheng He, I have a deeper impression of your face, so I accidentally forgot it. But we're not old classmates, we're not in the same class, we're not in the same profession, and we don't have any friendship. Right? Then, he suddenly changed the topic. He was still smiling a moment ago, but his face suddenly became serious. He looked at Song Ningyuan coldly. As for Song Ningyuan, Mr. Song, I don't know why you're here today, but I can tell you clearly that you're not welcome here. I don't care what will happen to Tongshan Industrial in the future, but at least for now, I'm still in charge here. It has nothing to do with you. And you, Zheng He, you have even less to do with me. Chen Guang thought to himself as he put on airs. Sure enough, people depended on fate. He, Song Ningyuan, and Zheng He were from the two big families, so their fates were definitely incompatible. First, he offended Zheng He because of Wen Wen, and then he offended Song Ningyuan because of Tang Ying. Now, for the sake of Tongshan Industrial Factory, he brought these two groups together. Well, now that I'm in a different position, I'm no longer the ignorant person I used to be. Even if your Tiansong Water Group and New Ray Group come together, what can you do to me? I won't give you face today. What can you do? Not satisfied? Come and hit me. Song Ningyuan and Zheng He's expressions changed. They didn't expect Chen Guang's reaction to be so extreme. In the past, when you were barefooted, you were not afraid of wearing shoes. You liked to be unreasonable. Fine, we thought that you didn't understand the situation. But now, you are a big shot. Show some of your magnanimity. Tongshan City's local government second-in-command saw that the situation wasn't looking good and quickly tried to smooth things over. Chief Chen, here's the thing. Previously, when Boss Xia was managing Xiaoguang Environmental Protection, it was really difficult for Tongshan Industrial Factory to meet the standards. We saw that Xiaoguang Environmental Protection was hopeless, so we held a national competition for the management unit of Tongshan Industrial Factory in advance. After a comprehensive selection by a team of experts, Tiansong Water Group won the bid. We've already reported the results to the provincial department, and the ministry has also approved it. In addition, New Ray Group is indeed a big taxpayer in Tongshan City. It's a great help to our local development. We also have the responsibility and obligation to provide a good and stable production and operating environment for New Ray Group. So, Chen Guang responded with an "Oh." As soon as this guy spoke, Chen Guang understood. No wonder Song Ningyuan wanted to come and this second-in-command followed him. He was clearly on Song Ningyuan and Zheng He's side. Thinking of this, Chen Guang quietly turned his gaze to Deputy Chief Pang, who had been hiding in the corner pretending to be offline. This chubby guy gave Chen Guang a fleeting look, but he didn't dare to look directly at him. Sure enough, he also understood. Where there were people, there would be underworld. At least in Tongshan City, Tiansong Water Group was very well managed. There were many of his own people, so it was no wonder that Song Ningyuan still refused to give up. But, so what? Chen Guang said, I'm a dragon crossing the river, and I'm a local snake. Besides, it's a competition of connections. Who doesn't have connections? I'm also a native of Dechuan province, so it's not like I can't find people, okay? On the other side, Song Ningyuan saw that his people were in control of the situation, so he got up and said with a smile, Chen Guang, I'll be frank. Today, I'm here for the operation rights of Tongshan Industrial Plant. Our previous bidding was in line with the three principles of fairness, and public supervision from all walks of life. Our Tiansong Water Group's technical and economic strength is the only one in the country that can perfectly solve the Tangshan industrial plant's long-standing problem. Although I don't know what means you used to pass the inspection the day before yesterday, Xiaoguang Environmental Protection's operating period will still expire in 4 months. Now, Xiaoguang Environmental Protection and my Tiansong Water Group have two choices in front of us. Either we wait for Xiaoguang Environmental Protection's last 4 months of operating rights to smoothly hand over, or I'll make the decision and represent Tiansong Water Group to provide appropriate compensation to your company, and we'll complete the handover procedures ahead of time. Chen Guang, we did have some personal grudges before, but I think we should put aside such meaningless personal feelings in the business world. I came with sincerity, and my compensation proposal can also reduce your losses. I don't need to pay tens of millions for nothing, but I'm also responsible for Tangshan City, and I hope to solve the Tangshan industrial plant's cancerous problem as soon as possible. Chen Guang pretended to have just understood. I see. Then, don't I have to thank you? Song Ningyuan grinned. I don't dare to thank you. It's just business, after all. But without my compensation proposal, you'd still have nothing after 4 months. The second-in-command of Tangshan also tried to persuade him. Chief Chen, Mr. Song is right. We also know that there's something fishy about you taking over Xiaoguang Environmental Protection, so we came up with this proposal after a last-minute discussion. It's also for your consideration, Chief Chen. Chen Guang looked at Song Ningyuan with a burning gaze, then looked at Xiaoyu, who was standing behind him. Previously, this manager Xia behind you offered me 50 million, but I rejected it. Song Ningyuan saw that he had relented, and thought that he had been moved. He was secretly delighted. After all, it's only 4 months. Although 50 million is not considered low, I can personally make the decision. We can discuss this further. I guarantee that my company's evaluation department will do their best to find a figure that will satisfy you, okay? Chen Guang grinned at him and held up 2 fingers. Song Ningyuan thought he was going to add 20 million, 70 million. Chen Guang shook his head. Song Ningyuan sucked in a cold breath. Don't tell me you want 200 million. Chen Guang continued to shake his head. What do you mean? 2 billion. Don't joke around. Chen Guang grinned. I mean, you're very stupid. If I wanted to sell, I would have discussed the transfer fee with you when that manager Xia of yours came. Do you need to go through all this trouble now? Song Ningyuan's face turned green and white, cursing in his heart. He felt like a scholar meeting a soldier, unable to reason with him. He hated this kind of idiot the most when doing business. Are you crazy? Can't you talk it out properly? He slammed the table. Chen Guang. What right do you have to scold me? Chen Guang turned to look at him. The table in front of you is made of gold-threaded nanmu. I bought it for more than 7 million, and now it's cracked. Do as you see fit. He said anxiously, which eye of yours saw it crack? Chen Guang was expressionless. You're the young master of new light. Don't you understand this? The value of a real luxury item will plummet even if it's just a crack. Just wait for my lawyer's letter. Song Ningyuan interrupted him. We're here to talk to you about Tangshan Industrial Plant today, not about the table. Chen Guang looked back at Song Ningyuan with a puzzled expression. Strange. Was what I said just now not clear enough? Or did you not understand? Or are you really stupid? Song Ningyuan suppressed his anger. Chen Guang, business is business. Why are you looking for trouble? To tell you the truth, I'm determined to get Tangshan Industrial Plant. Really? Then I won't give up an inch. Song Ningyuan's mouth twitched. I know what you're thinking. You think you can renegotiate the operating period by getting Lu Chemical to invest in the reconstruction. Stop dreaming. The deduction of Xiaoguang Environmental Protection's term was done in accordance with the law and regulations. Xiaoguang Environmental Protection has been completely eliminated. Even if you get Lu Chemical, it's useless. Do you think the bidding is a joke? You want to renegotiate? The second-in-command of Tongshan also coughed lightly and said, Mr. Qin, Mr. Song is right. Even if it's rebuilt, Xiaoguang Environmental Protection doesn't have the right to operate it. Unless you form a new company and change the main operator. But in this case, we have already completed the bidding for BOT operation. Tiansong Water Group won the bid. This is a sure thing. Chen Guang watched the two of them sing and cooperate with each other. They even blocked his way out. Sure enough, they came prepared. In fact, he also had a headache. Although Song Ningyuan and the local officials' words were unpleasant to hear, they did stand on the right side. Now that the public opinion had exploded, although he had turned things around twice and barely stabilized the situation, Tongshan Industrial Plant was still inevitably in the eyes of the people of the country. He couldn't risk the world's condemnation to engage in under-the-table operations. No matter how hateful Song Ningyuan and Tiansong Water Group were, there was no denying that they did have a way in the water treatment industry. They were worthy of being the strongest leader in the country and had a great influence in the industry. Chen Guang, I'll say something you don't want to hear. Even if you really rebuild Tongshan plant with the Lu Corporation, do you really think it's so easy to maintain a profit while operating up to the standard? I think you should be very clear about how difficult it is to treat the water in Tongshan plant in the past few days. It's not that I, Song Ningyuan, want to brag, but looking at the whole country, I really don't think any company has the confidence to say that they can definitely operate stably and meet the standard. As for adding medicine, we don't need to beat around the bush. We have to add medicine every few days. The cost of adding medicine is millions, and the cost of discharging mud is millions. This is a bottomless pit that can't be filled. Chen Guang, you have to think twice. Song Ningyuan continued to pursue the victory. On the other side, the second-in-command of Tongshan also stood up and spoke, Mr. Qin, we all know about what happened a few days ago. Before I came here, I also talked to a few nearby solid waste treatment stations and landfills. Just like the chemical sludge you used before, their capacity is completely saturated. It really isn't a long-term solution in the future. Chen Guang, I'll be so bold as to make a decision again. 80 million. I can't go any higher. Transfer it now, and the transfer fee is 80 million. How about it? Just treat it as me paying for you for free. Although Song Ningyuan was annoying, he was also a talent. He was well versed in the art of negotiation. He felt that he had finally pulled Chen Guang into the mindset of a normal person. He finally had the upper hand in the negotiation, and he increased the price appropriately to further hammer Chen Guang's bottom line. Zheng He had been watching the show from the side from the beginning to the end. He also interrupted at the right time. Chen Guang, a wise man submits to circumstances. Giving others convenience is also giving yourself convenience. Take a step back and the world will be wide open. Let's not talk about anything else. You've seen the Tongshan River below. As a person, you can't go against your conscience. You have to be responsible for ordinary people. Actually, Zheng He didn't understand the sense of responsibility of a commoner. He just knew in his heart that Chen Guangzhou would be at a disadvantage, and so would Chen Guangzhou. In any case, seeing Chen Guangzhou at a disadvantage made him feel good. Aren't your fists hard? Aren't your connections strong? But you claim to be a good person. As long as you claim to be a good person, you won't be able to get over the hurdle in your heart. Sooner or later, you'll have to admit defeat. I came here today to follow my cousin and watch you admit defeat in front of everyone, to wash away your shame. Song Ning Yuan coughed lightly, indicating for Zheng He to restrain himself. Chen Guang turned to look at him, his heart burning with anger. What are you guys doing? What are you guys doing? Coming here to act cool. All of you are echoing each other. White faces, black faces, flowery faces, red faces, all of you are here. Are you acting in a play or singing a Beijing opera? If a tiger doesn't show its might, do you guys really think I'm a big white cat? Chapter 1036. If you provoke me, I will really dare to go against the opposition of the whole world and hold the Tongshan factory in my hands. Do you believe me? The old man is a martial sage realm expert, the world's #1 martial artist, and the former chief of the Guangdong General Bureau. How can he be defeated by you? Conscience. Even if others want to comment on my conscience, it's not your turn, Zheng He. If you provoke me, I will act violently. So what if I break the pot? I don't believe that I can't handle a Tongshan factory if I wave a check all over the world to find people. Your Tiansong Water Company's technical strength is very strong, but are you the world's #1? Can't I directly introduce international advanced technology? He was not a good-tempered person. It was already very kind of him to restrain himself from punching people on the spot. He had been silent, and others gradually could not figure out his thoughts. As the atmosphere gradually turned heavy, Chen Guang took a deep breath. Just when he was about to ask them to leave, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Lu Fei. Chen Guang slightly restrained himself. I will go out first to take the call. He took the cell phone and went out. Calculating the time, Lu Fei's proposal should have passed the shareholders' meeting of Lu's Chemical Industry Group. Sister Lu Fei, how is it? Chen Guang, I'm sorry. There was an unexpected situation. My proposal at the shareholders' meeting was rejected. Chen Guang's eyes slightly narrowed. He was a little disappointed, but it was not a thunderbolt. 400 million yuan was not something he could not bear. He only regretted that he could not use the mature technical team of the water company of Lu's Chemical Industry Group. It's okay, I will think of a way later. Listen to me. I know you are not short of money. In fact, it was not a matter of money that was rejected this time. I have communicated with the chief consultant of our water company here. He thinks that it is too difficult to deal with Tongshan Industrial Factory. Even if we meet the operating standards, the operating costs will be difficult to control. He suggested that we should choose a simpler project. It is best to sell Tongshan Industrial Factory as soon as possible. Chen Guang resolutely said, impossible. That's what I said, so our chief consultant told me something else. Tiansong has already contacted all the top teams in the domestic industry. Even if you and I find a way to raise money to continue this operation, I'm afraid we'll face a situation where there's no one available. Chen Guang was slightly surprised. That can't be, right? At most, I'll just look for my school's teacher. However, Lu Fei immediately rejected the idea. Although your school's teachers are quite skilled, they've already failed once at Tongshan Factory a few years ago. In addition, even the teachers in your school, a few of the top experts have signed consulting contracts with Tiansong. Chen Guang turned his face in the direction of the conference room and finally came to a realization. That damned Song Ning Yuan had come prepared. Then I will import the technology from abroad. Lu Fei rejected him again. My chief consultant also told me that when it comes to water treatment, other countries are not as advanced as our country. Our national conditions are different from others. In the end, the treatment of environmental pollution still depends on the local conditions. Foreign monks may not be able to read our scriptures. Many of their new technologies may seem advanced, but they may not be applicable. If we rashly import them, it may not be worth it. There are many similar examples all over the country. Chen Guang sighed. So there's really no other way. Lu Fei also sighed. In a sense, that's true. Okay, I'm negotiating with Song Ningyuan right now. I'll think about it. After saying that, Chen Guang hung up the phone and leaned against the wall. His mind was in a daze. If he hadn't been personally involved in these things, he really didn't expect doing business to be such a headache and vexing thing. The difference between running a company in the real sense and simply hyping up a project in the past was really too big. Am I really not suitable for this business? Chen Guang asked himself. But if he wanted him to stop and admit defeat, he remembered how Song Ningyuan and Zheng He pretended to be negotiating, but actually came to show off in front of him. He was furious. Especially now that he understood Song Ningyuan's secret actions, Chen Guang recalled Song Ningyuan's words and felt that he was even more repulsive. Even though he seemed to be giving in to raise the price to 80 million, in Chen Guang's mind, it was like showing off and dismissing a beggar. Of course, with Su Lijing, Kainan Province's Bao family, and the Chuan Xiang family as living examples of people who fell under Chen Guang's butcher knife, even if Song Ningyuan and Zheng He had 100 guts, they still wouldn't have the guts to treat Chen Guang like ordinary people. They endured, restrained themselves, only laughing in their hearts, but on the surface, they looked like they were only talking business. However, Chen Guang's acting skills were too good, and his eyesight was too sharp. With a single glance, he could tell that Song Ningyuan and Zheng He were rejoicing in his misfortune. Sometimes, it wasn't necessarily a good thing to see too deeply into the affairs of the world. Chen Guang truly couldn't allow himself to be muddle-headed. He was not in a hurry to return to the conference room, instead taking a deep breath and calling Guoming over. Old Gua, in the contract Xia Guang signed previously, there was a clear clause that could extend the term, right? Guoming thought for a while before nodding. There is such a clause. For example, when Xia Guang was managing the Tongshan industrial factory, on one hand, he operated stably up to the standards, and on the other hand, achieved major technological advancements that could at least be awarded a first-rate National Science and Technology Progress Award. Or, according to the rules, our emissions only need to reach the third-rate standard. However, if we can reach the first-rate standard, things will be different. If we can achieve both of these conditions, we can first apply to become a national high-tech enterprise. On one hand, we can obtain tax relief, and on the other, we can renegotiate the term. That's very difficult. Chen Guang sighed. Guoming nodded. Of course it's difficult, almost impossible. We can't even reach the third-rate standard. Chen Guang, however, suddenly made a decision. Fine, then. I'll use this reason to stall them first. Guoming was slightly surprised. Not selling. Chen Guang nodded heavily. Not selling even if it costs my life. With that, Chen Guang immediately returned to the conference room. Song Ningyuan seemed to have already guessed whose call he had just received and what had been said. The confident smile on his face deepened. Unexpectedly, Chen Guang waved his hand. Let's end the meeting here for today. Send the guests off. Song Ningyuan and the rest had blank looks on their faces. What was going on? Chen Guang glared coldly at everyone. Don't you understand what I said? I said send the guests off. The second in command of Tongshan still wanted to say something, but the moment he met Chen Guang's gaze, he shrunk back, not daring to say anything more. This person was in a fit of anger and had turned into a powder keg. They could not afford to offend him. Chen Guang, Zheng He opened his mouth to speak. But he was immediately interrupted by Chen Guang. Zheng, you'd better leave while I can still hold it in. Back then, you brought people to ambush me and wanted to break my limbs. Now, even if I break your tendons in front of everyone, your family won't be able to do anything to me. Do you believe me? Zheng He's face instantly turned pale. When Chen Guang mentioned this matter, the chill in his voice made him feel goosebumps all over his body. In his heart, he regretted getting involved in this matter. He wanted to see Chen Guang make a fool out of himself, but he ended up being threatened by Chen Guang in public, so he did not dare to say anything. Zheng He really did not dare to say anything harsh. Losing face was a small matter, but breaking his limbs was a big deal. Zheng He knew that Chen Guang would do as he said. Seeing that the situation was not good, Song Ningyuan quickly forced a smile on his face. It's a misunderstanding. What happened in the past was a misunderstanding. Well, since you're busy today, we'll come again another day. Don't be angry, Mr. Chen. You know that I'm doing this out of good intentions. Get lost. Chen Guang pointed at the door. Song Ningyuan's words were cut off halfway. He quickly cupped his hands again and turned to run. The others followed. When Song Ningyuan and the others were far away, the second-in-command of Tongshan and the people in charge of the Environmental Protection Bureau were also quite embarrassed. Deputy Chief Pang, who had dealt with Chen Guang before, came out to smooth things over. Mr. Chen, today Chen Guang's expression turned from gloomy to sunny. He patted the fat chief who was especially courageous. In order to uphold justice for the people of Tongshan, he was not afraid to offend him. Chief Pang, you don't have to say anything. I understand. I don't blame you. You're just doing things according to the rules. Deputy Chief Pang sighed. Sigh. The second-in-command of Tongshan was indeed a wily old fox. Even so, he did not feel too embarrassed. He sighed. But if that's the case, in 4 months, Mr. Chen. Chen Guang grinned. What's the rush? Isn't there still 4 months? Isn't there a floating clause in the contract that Xia Guang signed with the city? Of course we know that. We've also studied the contract carefully more than once. The floating clause was added in response to the country's policy of encouraging technological advancement. But it's not feasible at all. Chen Guang was impatient. He waved his hand. Whether it's feasible or not, we'll know when the time comes. I haven't given him the death sentence yet. Oh right, I'll have to trouble everyone to help me inform the other enterprises in the industrial park to cooperate as much as possible. From now on, reduce the water intake. Whether it's reconstruction or otherwise, I'll give you an answer next week at the latest. Deputy Chief Pang was slightly shocked. You really want to rebuild? Chen Guang nodded. This is just one of the options. If I want to rebuild, I won't be able to live with my own money. Who can stop me? If Song Ningyuan hadn't played tricks with the top experts in the country and put $200 million in front of me, I would really be interested in talking to him. As for now, since you're being heartless, don't blame me for being unjust. There's no harm in making things clear in front of all of you. If I don't give up Tongshan Industrial Plant, no one can take it away from me. If it really can't meet the standards, then I'll change all the enterprises in this industrial park to labor-intensive OEM factories like Foxconn without sewage discharge. You should know that I have the power to do that. With that, Chen Guang swaggered away, leaving the group of people in the meeting room to exchange glances. As Chen Guang's spokesperson, Guoming could only shrug helplessly as Deputy Chief Pang and the others stared at him anxiously. Our CEO Chen is quite hard to please. Zhuo Jingxi's phone still couldn't be reached. Chen Guang wasn't in the mood to go anywhere else, so he ran over to Hualing and Zhong Yu's lab and sat down. At this moment, his mind was filled with Guoming's previous major technological innovation that could at least win the National First Class Science and Technology Progress Award. Now that things had come to this, he finally found the key point. If he wanted to get through this once and for all, the only way to legitimately was to get technology. New technology. What an awesome new technology. In today's world, what was the most awesome technology? Perhaps there were many. Computer CPUs, polysilicon, photolithography machines, nanomanufacturing processes, artificial intelligence, these were all top new technologies. But in the environmental protection industry, there were only a few. Genomic analysis of characteristic bacteria was one of them. Another was the research and development and application of photocatalysts in water pollution treatment, which was definitely the most cutting-edge technology. He didn't have any other good ideas, so he simply sat in the lab and got closer to the so-called cutting-edge technology. At least it could inspire his thinking, right? Chen Guang sat in the lab and drank some water. The tea inside had been soaked for too long and had lost its flavor. He shook off the tea inside, then casually tore open a bag of Hualing's Nescafe coffee on his desk, poured it into a cup, picked up the heavenly Holy Grail, and randomly took a stick from the shelf on the table to stir the cup. My head hurts. I'm so annoyed. Sister Hualing, when are you going to get some reliable results from your experiment? I remember that there are laboratories abroad that can already be used, right? The water that they purify with photocatalysts is almost as good as purified water. I'm at the end of my rope now, so I'm counting on you too. Chen Guang saw that Hualing and Zhongyu were still busy and couldn't help but interrupt them. Hualing turned around and rolled her eyes at him. I know about that Japanese laboratory. It's hard to say whether it's true or not, but the cost of their photocatalyst paint is hundreds of thousands of dollars. The catalytic reaction also requires ultra-high-intensity ultraviolet radiation. It's probably as far from industrial application as Sun Wukong. Zhongyu looked at Chen Guang's hand in horror. Chen Guang. What are you doing? You used our photocatalyst carrier to stir the coffee. Chen Guang was shocked. His hand shook, and the shiny silver metal stick in his hand fell into the cup, completely buried in the instant coffee. Hualing and Zhongyu covered their heads. Oh my God. A sample worth more than $18,000. It's over. Professor Xu will kill us. Chapter 1037. Chen Guang held the cup in a daze. Looking at the grief-stricken faces of the two, he knew that he had accidentally made a big mistake. He awkwardly feigned ignorance. Don't be afraid. Don't panic. It's 18,000 yuan, right? It's okay. I'll pay for it. I'll pay for it. Hualing rushed in front of him and said anxiously, hurry up and take it out. This isn't a problem of money. The two of us only brought so many samples, and they were all prepared by the seniors in the lab with great difficulty. Just the stick in your hand would take at least a week to make. You soaked it in the hot coffee, and it's all gone. Chen Guang froze. Since it was someone else's hard work, he had committed a grave sin. Sorry. I didn't mean it. As Chen Guang spoke, he put his hand into the coffee, his face full of awkwardness. Hualing wanted to pull his hand back again. She shouted, don't put your hand in, pour it out. Are you crazy? It's boiling water. Chen Guang shook his head nonchalantly. Small problem. Not to mention boiling water, I can even put my hand in a pan of oil. My iron palm. Zhongyu hugged her head with both hands, wishing she could strangle him. Who said it was a small problem? This is the end of the world. Hualing bared her fangs and brandished her claws. She pressed her hands on Chen Guang's head and pulled his hair. I understand the logic, but I just want to strangle you. The chubby northeastern lady was so tough. She would not make a fuss if she could make a move. 2 days ago, She had received a 100,000 yuan bonus from this guy, so he could be considered her boss. However, Hua Ling was straightforward and insensitive. She did not realize that the boss could not be beaten, but should be curried favor. As for Zhongyu, she was Chen Guang's hometown in Lilai County, and they even attended the same high school. Thus, she couldn't bring out the slightest bit of respect for Boss Chen. So when she saw Hua Ling fiddling with Chen Guang's hair, she couldn't help following suit. Poor Master Guang, the world's #1 martial artist, had just publicly clamored in the conference room that he would cut off the tendons of others' hands and feet. He had talked a lot of nonsense and said that the old man's face fruit was extremely powerful. He could be said to be the most domineering and unparalleled in the world. No one dared to provoke him. However, in less than 10 minutes, he had been beaten up by 2 female master's students in the laboratory. His dignity and image had been shattered. Chen Guang thought to himself, fortunately, there are no outsiders here. If I had known earlier, I would have been better off bald. I don't even have hair for you to pull. All right, stop fooling around. I'm taking something. Do you still want it? Zhongyu said, this is a heat-sensitive photocatalyst. It's gone after soaking in boiling water, okay? Oh, I see. Then I'll continue to stir the coffee. Hua Ling said, **T. If he's alive, I want to see the rod. If he's dead, I want to see the corpse. Hurry up and leave. Then don't disturb me. The metal rod was a little short, and the coffee wasn't transparent. Hence, Chen Guang was struggling to resist the 2 ladies ravaging his hair. At the same time, he stretched out his index and middle finger to feel around in the boiling coffee. However, the cup was a little deep. He grabbed it twice with his fingertips and shook it off. Chen Guang's heart ached. He simply clenched his 5 fingers and used one of the 400,000 techniques he learned in the realm of true martial, the Phoenix Claw bone shrinking technique. His entire hand reached into the cup. Come out, you little whore. As he was thinking in his heart, suddenly, his head went black and he subconsciously felt dizzy. It happened again, this familiar feeling. Unlike the previous times when he actively entered the world in the cup, this was the sudden and unreasonable trigger mechanism of the world in the cup that he hadn't entered for a long time. At this time, Chen Guang only felt an inexplicable and terrible suction coming from his right hand that reached into the cup. His body became light in an instant, and his whole body was rapidly compressed. In the next second, he appeared over Cloud City and fell straight down with a dumbfounded look. Strange, I remember Liu said that after entering One Line Sky, shouldn't there be a day's notice before the task of the world in the cup suddenly appeared? Why did it come so suddenly this time, without warning, and unreasonably? This feeling was exactly the same as when he encountered the world of Sword Tower, the racing god training ground, and even sharpening pencils. Could it be that the heavenly Holy Grail had degenerated? It was upgraded in reverse again. This time it was not One Line Sky, but back to Jianling Tian. Wasn't this too much of a scam? Chen Guang was still free falling down, but his mind was blank. Then, with a splash, he fell into the water. The water was warm and smelled a little milky. When he poured a little into his mouth, it was slightly sweet. Hell, wasn't I in Cloud City? Why did I fall directly into the water? Could it be that I skipped Cloud City this time and directly entered the world in the cup? No, that's not right. It should be coffee, not milk. This smell doesn't feel right. Oh no, could it be that the milk-flavored wastewater that the Holy Grail fell into the aerobic pool last time and entered the Holy Grail through time and space? Impossible, there was no milk-flavored wastewater, right? So he thought in a daze as he sat up. Unexpectedly, as soon as he poked his head out, he was punched in the head. This punch was extremely heavy and had a very familiar taste. The Lioli-style punch that he had practiced thousands of times on his body had hit him so hard that he saw stars. Before he could scold Lioli for taking the wrong medicine, he heard a sharp roar in his ears. It was Lioli herself. "Ah! You, how did you come in?" Chen Guang shook his head and then glared. "You asked me. I also want to know. Aren't you the clearest? Be reasonable, please. You hit me every time. Even a clay bodhisattva has some temper." The moment he opened his eyes, he immediately understood why Lioli had such a big reaction and what the milk-flavored water was. It turned out that when he entered the world in the cup, Lioli was actually taking a milk bath. At this moment, he was in the same big bathtub with Lioli, who was naked without the cover of clouds and mist, and without the cover of a bikini feather dress. It seemed that the world in the cup came so suddenly that Lioli was completely unprepared and caught him unprepared. He looked over, and all he saw was a snow-white body that was crystalline, translucent, gorgeous, and perfect to the point it completely exceeded his imagination. The magnificent scene in front of him at this moment could be described like this. He still remembered that year, the mountain was covered by heavy snow, and the mountain range was layered. That mountain was round and tall. Everyone looked over and saw silver scales everywhere. At the top of the mountain, wintersweet was in full bloom, embellished with cherry red, adding some spring greenery in this cool winter. And these two wintersweet, Chen Guang silently wiped his nose. He didn't know whether it was the blood caused by Lioli's hammer or his own nosebleed. "Forget it, I can't say any more, or I'll die." Although it wasn't the first time he had tried to take advantage of Lioli's eyes, it was the first time he was able to size her up at such a close distance and see her so clearly. Chen Guang thought silently. Although the old man had seen a lot, the goddess was indeed a goddess, a real god. Lioli's figure was different from a human's. No matter how perfect a human's figure was, there was a limit. But a god's was not like this. Chen Guang focused his eyes, trying to find even the slightest flaw from every angle. No, there was no flaw at all. Every angle was the perfect ratio of the golden ratio. No, even every inch of her skin, the distribution of every pore, was the golden ratio that could withstand the test of time. Even every inch of the pink plum blossom's petals strictly adhered to the perfect proportion. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that there was such a creation in the world. Was it because she was inexplicably punched just now? What was that? He had no impression at all. In the short life of a human, if he had the chance to see such a perfect creation, it was worth it even if his life was shortened by 50 years. Life should be like the summer flowers, only seeking one night of brilliance. At this moment, this moment, will be the highest point of my life. Bang! It was another kick to Chen Guang's chest that sent the stunned Chen Guang flying who knew how far away. Chapter 1038. He floated in the air, but he couldn't feel the pain in his chest at all. His mind was still thinking about that beautiful glimpse just now. With a plop, it fell to the ground like a rag. Chen Guang looked at the sky above Cloud City with a blank expression, a silly smile on his face. With a splash, Lioli flew out of the bathtub. While she was still flying in the air, the bikini feather dress appeared out of nowhere. Eat my battle axe-style god-slaying kick. As Lioli flew in the direction of Chen Guang, her slender right leg emitted divine light. She, who was so ashamed that she wanted to go crazy, actually used her divine power. The terrifying deity-slaying kick descended from the sky, and a boundlessly huge golden axe that was covered in mysterious divine runes appeared in the void above Cloud City. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled on the blade of the axe, causing the air to tremble violently, and the sound of a huge bell rang out. If Lioli's kick landed, Chen Guang would die. At this critical moment, an overwhelming number of vines flew over from behind. These vines were extremely fast, and each one was like a jade that contained light. In an instant, they tightly wrapped around Lioli's body. Sister Lioli. Calm down. Think twice. You can't slash Qinguang to death. Dear Cry's lowly voice came from the fruit outside Cloud City. But it was useless. Lioli, who was already in a killing frenzy, was still struggling, desperately trying to chop off her leg. The vines also surged with divine light. Dear Cry also used his divine power. Finally, Lioli's god-slaying kick stopped about 2 inches away from the tip of Qinguang's nose. It was pulled back by Dear Cry, who didn't care about his life. Qinguang was still in a daze. He didn't even know that he had walked past the gates of hell. Looking at the 3-inch little white fragrant lotus in front of him, he stuck out his tongue for some reason. Ah! Crazy, crazy. Calm down. Calm down, Sister Lioli. Look at what he's done. Not only did he look at me, he even licked me. Sister Lioli, this isn't the first time you've been licked by him. Besides, you can't blame him. He's just an ordinary person now. He can't resist your god's power, let alone the temptation of your god's body. It's normal. I'm going to die of anger. Oh no, I'm going to die of anger. Calm down. Sigh, calm down. Think about it. This means that your divine body is becoming more and more perfect. It means that you are beautiful. Think about it, as divine emperors, every inch of our skin contains the profound mysteries of divinity that we have painstakingly cultivated. As an ordinary mortal, Qinguang is addicted to it. That's reasonable. After an unknown period of time, Lulit finally calmed down. On the other side, Qinguang also gradually came back to his senses. Although he was in a daze just now, he still remembered what had happened. Thinking about it carefully, he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. In view of this, even if he was indignant and felt that Lu Li had gone too far, Qinguang still decisively decided to be a coward. He followed Lu Ming's words and added, "That's right, the most beautiful Lord Lu Li in the God realm is compassionate and compassionate. I really didn't do it on purpose. I'm also puzzled. The Heaven Line Cup hasn't appeared for almost 2 months. I wasn't mentally prepared at all and was suddenly pulled in. What's going on?" Lu Li was still angry. Who knows what's going on? Don't ask me. Qinguang turned his gaze to Lu Ming, who was peeking out from the edge of the city wall. "Lord Lu Ming, do you know?" Lu Ming shook his fruit, asked the most beautiful Lord Lu Li in the God realm. Qinguang, Emperor of the Azure and Deity Emperor Lu Ming are tied for the most beautiful in the God realm. Lu Ming was immediately satisfied. At least you know what's good for you. Lu Li finally calmed down. All right, don't ask me and Lu Ming. We really don't know. Ever since the real world and your real world inexplicably began to merge and get closer, and the power of the Holy Grail began to leak out, many things have exceeded your initial, oh no, my initial expectations. The changes that are happening now are also beyond the understanding of the God Emperor realm. When the 1-month deadline arrived, the Heaven Line Cup didn't appear on time. I could only roughly guess that it was because the power of the Holy Grail leaked out, and the energy reserve of the Heavenly Holy Grail was insufficient. Qinguang asked cautiously, could it be that this time the Heaven Line Cup dropped to the sky of seeing the spirit again? That won't happen. Qinguang was relieved. That's good, it's good that it didn't drop. After all, it's not the first time the Holy Grail has been upgraded in reverse. Lu Ming snickered. That's because when I greeted you for the first time, I wanted to save face and had to use high-level goods to scare you. Shut up. Qinguang still wanted to ask something, but it was too late. His head pointed again, and with a swish, he was sucked into the space-time tunnel that appeared out of thin air above his head. Floating in the space-time tunnel, he was repeatedly thinking about what happened before. Before coming in, what was it that I wanted the most in my mind? Taking the stick out of the cup. Damn, the one-line Heavenly Realms stick-pulling technique. Thinking about this skill, it's so erotic that I can't look straight at it. Wasting a precious one-line Heavenly Holy Grail realm like this, I'm so stifled that I'm about to have myocarditis. Oh right, could it be because I have a lot of power of the Holy Grail in my body, and after I put my hand into the cup, I just happened to meet the conditions to trigger the Heavenly Holy Grail. Just as he was thinking, he fell into the scalding water with a splash. He hurriedly spread his internal energy all over his body to resist the heat from the outside world. What he smelled was indeed the strong smell of Nescafé instant coffee. He poked his head out of the coffee and looked around. This seemed to be a boundless sea of coffee. However, 2,000 meters away, there was a faint gray fog, making the places further away look slightly blurry and illusory. It was a little like playing a large-scale open-world single-player game, where the depth of field and the distance could only be loaded with the most basic textures. Chen Guang looked up again. 5 huge stone pillars that were as tall as the clouds descended from the sky, piercing straight into the sea of coffee. If he didn't know that these were his 5 fingers, he really had the urge to run over and carve the words, Chen Wukong was here, on them. Although he didn't know what kind of world in a cup this was, he still felt a little melancholic. If he had known earlier, he would have gotten some freshly ground top-grade Blue Mountain coffee beans. He might have to deal with the sea of coffee in front of him for a long time. The taste of instant coffee was very easy to get tired of, and it was a little unworthy of his current status. Chen Guang held on to the stone pillar. Unable to wait for the Heavenly Holy Grail's electronic notification, he could only shout at the top of his lungs, Lord Azure, what kind of world in a cup is this? I'm already here, give me a hint. When he asked this, he was very unconfident. He was especially afraid that it was really the strongest rod drawing technique in history. Wouldn't that overlap with the pile driver skill? It was already bad enough that he became the strongest pile driver. If he learned the rod drawing technique, it would be even more powerful than the drawing technique. Wouldn't he fall as soon as he took it out? What could he do in the future? I'll hold my knife and laugh at the sky. Flowers can only be plucked. Azure's voice rang out in the void. Congratulations. Chen Guang's face was ashen. It's over. It's the world of photocatalysis that you wanted. No, to be precise, you've hit the jackpot this time. You've got a chance to increase your money. Chen Guang clenched his fist. Yes. As long as it wasn't the rod drawing technique. Then he asked again, what do you mean? Increase my money. It's like when you buy a car. The beggar version has a manual transmission. Add money for the sunroof, then add money for the automatic transmission. What you've got this time is a one-line sky realm laboratory world in a cup. Of course, because what you wanted the most before today was to solve your broken factory's photocatalysis problem. This time, this world in a cup can only be the research and development of photocatalysis as the first business. Chen Guang figured out a few key points from Azure's words. Add money. Laboratory world in a cup. For now. Research and development. It seemed that there was a big story behind this. This world in a cup had changed. Although he didn't know what the meaning behind it was, Chen Guang subconsciously felt that he must be a glorious member of the Add Money party. After all, there was a saying that went, put $3,000 into your card and take home the 4-way Titan. I'll add. Azure clicked her tongue. You're really lucky. It seems that this world in a cup has been accumulated for too long. Although the total energy supply of the Holy Grail has not changed, the Holy Grail has further optimized the energy distribution method through its own calculation. Although this world in a cup is still in the one-line sky realm, it already has some higher-level characteristics. Chapter 1039. Ever since he came to Tongshan Industrial Factory, Chen Guang hasn't encountered anything good, and he's been plagued with bad luck. He was exhausted to the point that he had to give it his all before he managed to turn misfortune into fortune. Now, he finally heard some rare good news. Chen Guang, half of his body in the coffee soup, clenched his fist. Don't say any more, I'll add more money, okay? How much? 200 million. Azure spat at him, you're dreaming, I want faith points. Faith points. Chen Guang shrugged, well, I know I want faith points, I just want to save as much as I can, right? Bah. Listen, you only have 5 minutes to think about it. To be specific, due to some inexplicable special reasons, you were lucky enough to obtain a special laboratory-type world in a cup this time. If you can successfully complete the task, you will be able to obtain several photocatalyst synthesis formulas that can solve your current situation and solve your urgent problems. Chen Guang nodded, I understand. It's the kind of super powerful photocatalyst that after you put it in the water, it's done with a "bye" sound, right? There's no need for a large amount of ultraviolet and infrared radiation, right? Aha, of course. The product of the heavenly Holy Grail must be flawless. At most, it only needs sunlight to achieve the effect. Okay, I understand. Then, if you choose to invest faith points now, after completing the task, this world in a cup will continue to be open to you, and you can enter at any time. Hearing those words, Chen Guang came to a realization. That means that I have a laboratory in the Holy Grail. Azure, yes, but every time you enter, you have to consume faith points because it is not like the Sea of Time and the realm of True Martial, the world structure is very incomplete and cannot exist on its own. When you are not inside, the heavenly Holy Grail will freeze it, just like a computer on standby. This will also consume faith points, but it will be maintained at a relatively low level. But once you enter, the cup world in the laboratory will begin to operate, and the Holy Grail will need to continuously consume energy to maintain the integrity of its structure. Whether it's maintaining the dimensional barrier to resist the invasion of the space-time turbulence, or constructing the laws and maintaining the stability of the matter within, or even maintaining the physical body that your soul has reconstructed, all of these require energy. Chen Guang, who was listening attentively, continued to nod. I understand. It's just like how a computer consumes more electricity after it's turned on. Lioli humphed. It's good that you understand. Apart from that, the amount of faith you consume when you enter the laboratory and when you command the laboratory staff to conduct research is different. Chen Guang nodded again. I understand. It's just like when I turn on my computer and only read web pages, the power consumption is different from when I use my computer to play games. The sound of Luli snapping her fingers came from the void. Bingo, you're worth teaching. By the way, I have another question. You said that photocatalysis is the primary business for the time being. Can you let this laboratory continue to help me develop other things in the future? Which ones are they? Also, what about the specific power consumption? Lioli gave him a very straightforward answer. I don't know. I don't know what it can be developed specifically. I don't know anything about power consumption either. Chen Guang glared. But you were acting like everything was under your control just now. What I said just now is what I know. Of course, I have everything under control. Is there a problem? Why? Are you giving up? I can only give you a general guess. Just like the laboratory in your school, it can only do this thing and develop this thing. If you want the laboratory to be able to develop something else, Do you have to buy new equipment? Do you have to hire more researchers? Or do you have to let your researchers study abroad? Do you have to spend money to buy materials for research? Isn't that an expense? Chen Guang was speechless. That's right. I understand. Then it's settled. Anyway, whatever you want to develop in the future, spend money to buy it. Expand your laboratory, expand your functions. In any case, you just have to keep paying faith. Aren't you going to use it now? You have to understand that this is a rare gift from the Holy Grail. In my opinion, your laboratory has great potential. In the future, it can even be used to create new life, explore the true meaning of the lowest level of divine power, and analyze and deduce the essence of the divine spark. Photocatalyst is just a drop in the ocean in front of the sea of stars. Hearing such a high-end function, Chen Guang was drooling. Alright, stop talking. I don't care how much faith this thing will burn in the future. In any case, I'll buy it, buy it, buy it. Just give me a number. How much faith should I invest now? Chen Guang decided to make the final decision. He thought to himself, I have more than 20 million faith points now. So what if I'm generous? I'm a millionaire with more than 400,000 faith points every day. I've worked so hard to create so many statues in the past. I can finally put them to good use. More importantly, this is a one-time investment with long-term benefits. The upper limit is higher. It's more reliable than simply spending faith points to exchange for the one-line heavenly grail. Ding dong. Just as Chen Guang was thinking about this, an electronic voice in the style of the Holy Grail sounded in his head. Congratulations to Redeemer Chen Guang for successfully customizing Nicosia's laboratory. Current debt amount, 1,466,652,837. Please pay it off within 2 years. Otherwise, you will be obliterated. What a scam. The same roar came from Chen Guang and Azure's mouths. I must have seen a ghost. What the hell is 1.4 billion? Pay it off in 2 years. I've calculated with my fingers. Right now, I can produce 400,000 a day. It'll take at least 10 years, okay? Not to mention the expenses in the future. I'm done for. In addition, what saddened Chen Guang the most was not the despairing number, but the fact that Azure was also complaining about being scammed. Lord Azure, what do you mean by this? You've been trying all sorts of ways to entice me to invest, but you don't even know how much the down payment is. You're definitely the best scammer investment consultant in history, okay? This. Chen Guang, I didn't expect that either. After you said bye, I thought that since I was going to buy it anyway, it wouldn't be too exaggerated, so I casually clicked confirm for you. I really didn't expect that. Even someone as thick-skinned as Azure knew that she had gone overboard this time. It was very awkward. Chen Guang silently looked up at the sky, calculating his current divine statue and faith production capacity. There was no need to think about the future. Based on the current situation, if he wanted to survive, he would have to increase his faith production capacity by at least 5 times. There was no hope at all. This was not a drill. He was really going to be obliterated. Azure, I've often reflected on myself in the past. I always felt that as the son of destiny, the old man was a little too disrespectful to you as a cheat. I also knew that this wasn't good. But now I finally understand that the problem really isn't all on me. I want to respect you more, but I can't do it. How could you be so scammer? Can you imagine how I'm feeling now? It's like going bankrupt and buying the growth enterprise market. Then, it will drop to the limit and be suspended at any moment. Then, I'll be trapped at any moment, okay? Anyway, I have something to do at home, so I'll take my leave first. Lioli awkwardly left a message before falling completely silent. Chen Guang knew that she would be like this. It was really hard to scold her. Forget it, anyway, it wasn't the first time he had been scammed by her. He'd just deal with it when it came. He couldn't possibly die from holding in his piss, right? He placed his left hand on a stone pillar, scooped up a cup of coffee with his right hand, and poured some into his mouth. The instant Nescafé coffee suddenly became especially bitter. Suddenly, the place where his left hand was propping up was empty, and his entire body tilted to the side. The next moment, he fell into a stone door that appeared out of nowhere. Chen Guang looked up and saw a huge brightly lit stone room further inside. There was a sign hanging on the door. Laboratory Cup World Middle Finger Project Team. There was a familiar figure standing under the sign. It was the sexy and hot female teacher Nicosia Tepester, who he used to forcefully study the world of environmental impact assessment and environmental politics. She was holding a small banner in her hand. A warm welcome to the laboratory's investor, Chen Guang, for an inspection. At the same time, the electronic voice of the heavenly Holy Grail in Chen Guang's mind sounded again. The Redeemer has entered the laboratory. The mission is about to begin. The blonde, blue-eyed, and wavy Nicosia swayed her butt and walked forward with a smile. Yo, hello. Chen Guang stood up and blinked. Teacher Nicosia. The big-breasted blonde girl nodded. Aha, that's me. This time, Chen Guang could not help but be shocked. Not only was this Nicosia really alive, but she could also retain her previous memories. Nicosia herself was also very surprised. She was originally floating alone in an unknown space, quite pitiful and depressed. If it were not for the fact that she was a Frankenstein who could deduce all kinds of strange things in her mind as long as she could think, and the immortality that Lioli threw to her as bait and goal, she would have collapsed long ago. In short, her desire to regain her body was still very strong. Last time when Chen Guang was studying environmental impact assessment and environmental politics, she temporarily regained her physical body. Although her actions and words were completely controlled, she was still moved to tears. Later, Chen Guang opened the cup world again to learn martial arts. Unfortunately, the scale of the so-called realm of true martial was too large. Nicosia's soul, as a substitute for Lioli, was completely shattered. She unconsciously turned into more than 400,000 martial arts books, which were then learned by Chen Guang. When she came back to her senses, she was floating in the void again as a wandering ghost. Then everything returned to silence. She thought that she would have to wait for many years to regain her physical body again. But now, she suddenly regained her physical body again without any feeling of being bound. She could move freely, speak, think clearly, and retain her memories. How could she not be happy? Chen Guang tentatively walked in front of her and pinched her face. Chapter 1040. Nicole slapped Chen Guang's hand away. What are you doing? Chen Guang smirked. I want to see if you're a living person. Nicole's big blue eyes rolled back. Show some respect to your lab director. Of course. Chen Guang looked at this girl up and down. Although he had not interacted much with her, Chen Guang already knew how amazing she was when she blew herself up. Although she was not very stable, she was able to pull out an electromagnetic railgun in this era. She was also related to the Frankenstein Tesla. She was definitely not an ordinary person. The first stage of the mission begins. Basic knowledge of photocatalysis. If you fail, you will die. Chen Guang was planning to get closer to his special employee and chat about her experiences as a descendant of a self-destructing family when the electronic voice of the Heavenly Grail rang out at an untimely time. Nicole apparently received the notification as well. She pulled Chen Guang and walked inside. The two of them passed through the door of the stone room and saw an environment that Chen Guang was very familiar with. A high school classroom. Nicole pressed Chen Guang down on the chair and turned back to the podium. She picked up the teaching stick and knocked on the blackboard. "Student Chen Guang, please put away your perverted gaze. Don't look at the teacher's career line. Open the textbook in front of you. We will start from the first chapter of Modern Basic Material Science." Chen Guang was very unhappy. He felt that something was wrong. For the sake of this laboratory, he had incurred a debt that he could not pay back. Shouldn't he just wave his hand and shout, "We will research and develop whatever we want," and Nicole will immediately go back to work and push the research and development progress bit by bit? It was just like when he used to click on the technology tree when he played StarCraft. Once he clicked on it, all he had to do was wait for the results to arrive. But he did not have time to complain. While he was complaining, the ceiling fan above his head suddenly fell and slammed down heavily, cutting his head. Punishment mechanism for absent-mindedness in class triggered. 1 accidental death. Remaining death count, 8. When he came back to his senses, he was standing at the entrance of the laboratory again. Nicole was looking at him with a pained expression. "Can you be serious? Don't joke around. People will die." Old Master Guang didn't even want to complain anymore. What the hell was this laboratory? To think that it could even suppress his inner strength and the power of a soy explosive. Also, he was only distracted for a moment. There was no need to kill him on the spot, right? Also, wouldn't it be a little too crazy to only have a total of 9 resurrections? Unfortunately, the Heavenly Holy Grail would never reason with him. While he was complaining, Nicole hit him hard on the shoulder with her pointer. "You're still daydreaming." Chen Guang sighed. "Fine, I admit defeat." After who knows how many years, Chen Guang finally managed to learn basic material science, physical chemistry, modern physics, and all the other subjects related to photocatalysts and successfully completed the first stage. He had died once, and he had died for nothing. The second phase of the mission begins. Become a qualified researcher and master the operation of all the instruments. After many years, he finally mastered the operation of all the high-end experimental instruments simulated by the Heavenly Holy Grail. This time, he didn't fail. The third phase of the mission begins. Quietly wait for Nicole to complete the research and development of the 5 types of photocatalysis. If the research and development fails, you will die. Chen Guang finally broke down. Damn it. If the third phase is for me to wait, then what's the point of the first 2 phases? Besides, she's the one who failed the research and development. Why should I die? He had a feeling that the Heavenly Holy Grail was deliberately causing trouble. Bored to death, Chen Guang crossed his legs and sat in the laboratory like a stone Buddha. Soon, he realized how powerful his laboratory director was. Because in this huge laboratory, Nicole was the only one who had no subordinates. She was the director, but there was no one who was willing to be her subordinate. She moved left and right, constantly manipulating the instruments or throwing in the materials herself. In between, she wrote and calculated. She used the tireless body provided by the realm in the cup to its limit. In her dictionary, there seemed to be no rest, only work. She kept trying, burning batch after batch of materials that appeared out of thin air in exchange for faith points. She looked as if she was always in a state of extreme excitement. It was a stark contrast to Chen Guang, who was bored to death in the laboratory. He could have helped, but every time he approached the instruments, he would be blocked by Nicole. Chen Guang roughly understood. Perhaps according to the settings of the Heavenly Holy Grail, he should have become Nicole's assistant, or even an experimental partner, to complete the final step together. However, the Holy Grail saw through his nature and knew that he had no chance of interfering. That was why it changed the name of the third phase of the mission at the last minute. Forget it. Although it's boring, I have a mental blockade. I won't collapse. Chen Guang slumped on the chair in a standard Beijing style. His eyes were lifeless as he pondered the profound philosophy of life. Who am I? Where do I come from? Where am I going? Why was I born into this world? What is the meaning of my existence? Why did I become the master of the heavenly Holy Grail? Where is my final destination? Will I be able to survive until I complete the 3,000 worlds and rescue Liuli? What kind of existence will I be after I complete it? Also, what is God? What is the meaning of God's existence? The power of faith, the power of the Holy Grail, the power of elements, the power of destiny, inner strength. What is the inevitable and accidental connection between these strange powers? What is the edge of the universe? Is time like a straight line, with a starting point and an end? Alright, it's done. It's done. Chen Guang's mind was running wild, galloping for thousands of miles. He had no idea how much time had passed when Nicole slapped a thick printed document on his face. Chen Guang picked up the book and looked at it. There was a line of large words on it. Synthesis and preparation methods of 5 photocatalysts. Slam! Can't you give it a more domineering title? Do you have to be so lazy? Nicole grabbed the book. 2 minutes later, she changed the first page and brought it back. 365 ultimate techniques for synthesis and preparation of 5 types of photocatalysts that can defy the heavens as long as they're thrown into water, a particularly cool name requested by the investor. Chen Guang was barely satisfied. That's more like it. Do you have a finished product? Yes. Nicole turned around and threw a spoon. This spoon was so shiny that it could reflect a person's reflection. When he put it in front of his eyes, it looked like a big doll. I can't believe I'm so handsome. Chen Guang, whose mind had been open for too long, had become a little retarded, mumbled to himself as he walked out of the laboratory and headed straight for the sea of coffee outside. He squatted down and put the spoon into the sea of coffee. In the blink of an eye, with the spot where the spoon entered the water as the center, the coffee color quickly dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. The speed was not much slower than the ripples caused by throwing a stone into the water. The most important thing was that the sea of coffee that had become clear looked no different from pure water. It was only when it was 50 to 60 meters away that the coffee color in the distance continued to spread over that it stopped slightly. Chen Guang was shocked. Amazing. Nicole stood behind him. Of course, this is my blood, sweat, and tears. There are also ones that specifically target heavy metals, some that specifically break macromolecular chains, and some that specifically target antibiotics. In short, after you go out, follow these categories and collect the sewage outside first. Then, prepare these photocatalysts and put them in. That's it. How about it, my investor? Are you satisfied? Chen Guang nodded. I'm satisfied, I'm satisfied. At the same time, an electronic notification sounded in his heart. Congratulations, Redeemer. The Laboratory Cup World Assessment has been completed. Seeing that he was about to leave, Nicole hurriedly said, Then, boss, can you invest some more faith points to buy more equipment? There's still a lot of research we can do. Those philosophical, metaphysical, basic subjects, and physics problems that you were thinking about just now, we can research them all, as long as you're willing to invest faith points. Chen Guang hurriedly jumped and rushed straight into the space-time tunnel. Like hell, I'll believe you. I still owe more than one. 4 billion faith points. There won't be a next year if I live past this year, and you still want me to invest faith points. Do you want me to die? When Chen Guang's figure completely disappeared, Nicole stomped her feet unwillingly. She turned back to look at the Middle Finger Project team's laboratory and muttered to herself, "Sigh, what a pity. This short-sighted stingy boss only used the middle finger when he had 5 fingers. Do you know what I just discovered?" As Nicole spoke, endless frost came from afar and quickly completely froze her and the laboratory behind her. Before the consciousness in her mind completely fell silent, Nicole was still muttering in her heart. Through studying the structural changes of photocatalysts, I even discovered the mystery of forging a world. As long as you give me enough time and investment, I can see through the mystery of plane creation. I can also find the truth of divine power. In addition, Chen Guang used faith points to directly exchange for knowledge, which felt really good. In fact, before this, Nicole didn't know much about photocatalysts, but the setting of the heavenly Holy Grail was like this. As Chen Guang's mentor in the World in the Cup, she was set to be the top master of photocatalysts in history from the very beginning. It didn't matter if she didn't understand it at first. The heavenly Holy Grail wanted you to understand it. Even if you didn't understand it, you would understand it. When she was still alive, Nicole often lamented how short human life was, while the sea of knowledge was endless. Now that she experienced the force-feeding knowledge of the heavenly Holy Grail, she was simply intoxicated. Unfortunately, this boss, Chen Guang, was too stingy and not generous enough. The light rotated, and Chen Guang appeared in Cloud City, but he was already empty-handed. He didn't bring out the 365 styles that Nicole threw to him before, and that super awesome spoon wasn't in his hand either. But it didn't matter, the formula had been forcibly stuffed into his brain. Although he didn't really participate in the research and development process, fortunately, because of the basic knowledge he learned in the first and second stages, since the formula was already in his hand, as long as he could get the raw materials and the necessary equipment for synthesis, he could make it. How is it? This laboratory is awesome, right? Lioli smiled and moved in front of him, looking like she was asking for credit. Chen Guang really wanted to hit her, but he felt that he couldn't beat her. That was a crazy one. 4 billion. He always felt that he could already see his incomparably miserable death 2 years later. He sighed. Sigh, if I really die one day, and you're locked in here forever, don't blame me, the savior, for not being helpful. You have to blame yourself for being too much of a pit. You have to reflect on your godly life. Once there was a cute savior in front of you, but you didn't cherish him. You weren't gentle to him, nor considerate, and you always tricked him. When he died, it was too late for you to regret, but it's useless to regret. This is the most deceptive God Emperor in the world. If God can give you another chance to start over, please treat his successor well. You have to at least say 3 words to his successor, "You're so handsome." If you want to add a time limit to this handsome, it's best to add 100 million years. He muttered with a face full of vicissitudes, and even Lioli couldn't bear to see him. When Chen Guang finally disappeared, Lu Ming said tentatively, "Sister Lioli, you really tricked him this time, didn't you?" Lioli's face turned green and white. "Don't worry, it's okay. When the boat comes to the bridgehead, it will straighten out. You want him to pray for himself again." Lioli shrugged. "What else can I do? Things have come to this, what can I do?" He would ascend to heaven in 2 years, but his daily production was only about 400,000 yuan. Seeing that he was not far from death, he finally realized that something was wrong. His previous 8 great heavenly spirits seeing Cup's intermediate realm deity statues, the production capacity of the transient sea and the true martial realm, as well as the production capacity of the 2 fanatics, Shui Lin and Chu Zijin, totaled up to 400,000. But, what about the statue of the old man's master of languages, the world and the cup of light? If he remembered correctly, the production capacity of a single one-line Heaven's Realm deity statue should be more than 500,000 yuan. Then his current daily production of faith points should be steadily close to 1,000,000 yuan. When he paid for the intermediate realm in the laboratory, he should have more than 50 million yuan of faith points in his savings. Although the debt was still as high as 1.44 billion yuan, at least the production capacity had increased. If the daily production capacity was close to 1,000,000 yuan, he should be able to pay it off in 5 years. The pressure wouldn't be so great, and he wouldn't be completely unable to see any hope of survival. But now, the numbers were not right. Something was very wrong. Walking out of the laboratory, Chen Guang entered the world in the cup again. He didn't see Liuli, and he didn't know where she was hiding. She probably felt that she was too much of a scam and felt guilty about what he said. She didn't have the face to see anyone, so she ran into the leaves of the deer cry fruit and hid. Forget it, thinking about how Liuli would drag her down with all her shit and pee, pooey. He had clearly been scamming her all the way until now. It was time to teach her a lesson and let her understand that as a deity, she couldn't scam the main character too much. Chen Guang deliberately ran to the light ball of the deity statue in the language master's cup, reached his hand in, and communicated with the Holy Grail to calculate the production capacity of faith points. After a while, he scratched his head. Strange, it was a daily production capacity of 930,000. Then what was going on before? Chen Guang shouted in the direction of the deer cry fruit, Liuli, there was a problem with my previous production capacity of faith points. There was no sound, and everything was silent. The empty cloud city was desolate. Liuli. Where is she? Come out. Still no one. Chen Guang flew up and landed under the deer cry fruit. Deer cry, where is Liuli? The deer cry fruit coughed lightly. She went home. Who are you lying to? Isn't that a humanoid mummy wrapped in those leaves of yours? It's nothing, it just looks a little like a human. Lu Ming said these words very calmly. Chen Guang finally understood. It's hard to guard against a thief in the house. Liuli must have come up with some unorthodox method to secretly consume his faith points. That's right, her milk bath from before. That milky white bathwater, although it was sweet like pure milk in the mouth, the taste was a little too good. Now that he thought about it carefully, it was all suspicious. What a beast. This prodigal woman used the faith points that I worked so hard to earn as bathwater. Then she must have absorbed the energy of the power of faith from the bathwater and used it to moisturize her delicate skin. No wonder her skin looked so white, so tender, and so alluring. First, she acted like a thief and stole my faith points to use as bathwater. Then, she pressed confirm on one of her hands, turning me from a wealthy person into a cup slave with a debt of 1.46 billion. This wastrel really has no bottom line. She refreshes her own bottom line time and time again. Morals were corrupted, and public morals were deteriorating day by day. As a god, you can't be so shameless. No wonder she was finally embarrassed to hide this time. Doing such a thing, even a thick-skinned person like me would be ashamed to death. Chen Guang almost fainted from anger. Then, he stomped on the ground and flew up like lightning. He slapped heavily on the buttocks of the humanoid mummy wrapped in the leaves of deer cry fruit. Paw! Liuli's scream came from inside. Chen Guang. You're courting death. Chen Guang was still angry and wasn't afraid of her. Who told you to pretend you're not here? You still have the face to talk to me. Do you think it's easy for me to accumulate faith points? I was defeated by you just like that. Are you still human? I'm not human, I'm a god. You. Chen Guang was angered to the point that smoke was coming out from his 7 orifices. Rage surged in his heart and he threw another slap. This time, he even used his special ability, causing a huge explosion that echoed throughout the entire city. Chen Guang. You can't blame me for this. The heavenly Holy Grail is leaking the power of the Holy Grail. Your power of faith is also leaking everywhere in Cloud City from the statue. You threw the Holy Grail into the sewage. It's so smelly. What's wrong with this emperor taking a milk bath? Dear Cry, let me out, I'm going to beat him to death. Dear Cry didn't feel it at all. He just shook the fruit and whistled, looking fearless. It seemed like Dear Cry was on the same side as Chen Guang this time. Lioli caused the heavens to be angry and the people to resent her. She was unpopular. Chen Guang had an accomplice in his hands, so he was even more unscrupulous. His big palm was only aimed at the same position of Lioli's buttocks through the leaves. I want to ask you, do you really want me to save you? What are you thinking in your head? What if you really kill me? Ah. Who asked you to squander? Who asked you to squander again? Paw. After being tortured by Lioli to his heart's content, Chen Guang finally had a rare chance to turn things around. He only hit her to his heart's content. Finally, when the furious Lioli was about to break free from the leaves, Chen Guang said, "Don't say anything. Anyway, from now on, don't touch my faith anymore. Otherwise, if I really die, we'll all die together." Then he left the world in the cup, leaving only Lioli's various roars. After coming out, Chen Guang ran to his office and began to calculate the accounts. He summarized the statue of God that he currently had, as well as the situation of the world in the cup that he had completed and had the opportunity to set up a statue of God. If he could successfully erect a statue of the heavenly Lion God in the acting world, as well as a statue of the perfect physical body obtained from the previous intensive training and the heavenly Lion God realm training in the leg muscle group, he would be able to break through the 2 million daily production mark. As long as he didn't let the thieves cause trouble again, he would be able to pay off the huge loan of more than 1.46 billion in 2 years. As for the world of Nicosia's laboratory, then don't think about the statue of God. Obviously, the world and the cup in the laboratory did not have this function. Thinking of this, Chen Guang breathed a long sigh of relief. Damn it, he finally saw the hope of survival. But he was also very anxious. The calculation just now was that he would have to erect 2 more statues of God in the line tomorrow to just balance the income. Now, 1 more day of delay, the production would be a little less, and the hope of survival would be a little less when the 2-year period was up. Although the Holy Grail only said a simple sentence, "Otherwise you will be obliterated," which sounded very understated. But Chen Guang really didn't dare to bet on whether the Holy Grail was joking or not. The voice of this cup sounded even more rigid than the German's. He walked back and forth in the office repeatedly, pinching his fingers to count the time. No, I must find a way to improve efficiency, I can't waste any more time. I must get out of the Tongshan industrial factory as soon as possible, and then quickly find a way to get the statue of God, to get faith. In order to survive, I must get myself back to fighting state. As for the changes in the world, those strange mutated creatures, and the power of the Holy Grail and the elemental power in the outside world. Sorry, the old man is like a clay bodhisattva crossing the river, he can't even protect himself. Let me solve my own urgent needs first, and then think about the important task of saving the world. I can't do anything anyway, I can only take 1 step at a time. Chen Guang calculated in his heart, and strode out the door. Old Gua. Come here. 10 minutes later, Guoming looked at Chen Guang with a puzzled face. Isn't this a little too rushed? Chen Guang waved his hand. There's no rush. Since we have a ready-made space, we can start building now. Chapter 1042. Guoming argued, but even if we want to classify and pre-treat, we can't just build a few pools for classification and collection, right? Sooner or later, it has to be mixed together. It doesn't make any sense. According to the plan that the expert group once gave us, it should be that each special wastewater must have a complete set of pretreatment process, which includes chemical, physical, and biochemical means, and involves the cultivation of specific bacteria. For example, the water from the pharmaceutical factory containing antibiotics can only be detoxified through specific bacteria. Another example is the heavy metal wastewater, which is insoluble after the formation of sulfate. We have to add sulfuric acid first, and then chlorate is insoluble. In the next stage, we add hydrochloric acid, and then there is a whole process of prebiochemical process. At present, we have 5 kinds of the most difficult wastewater to treat in our factory, so we have to build 5 smaller, but complete, and highly technical small and medium sewage treatment stations for these 5 kinds of wastewater. First, through these 5 small sewage treatment stations, the 5 kinds of ultra-difficult wastewater with the most difficult problems will complete a whole set of pretreatment processes, and then enter the overall treatment section, and combine with other easily biochemical and easily treatable wastewater for treatment. The initial construction cost of Tangshan Industrial Plant was only 150 million yuan. It was because of the lack of this most critical step that later more than a dozen technical changes failed to achieve the effect, and now we can only rebuild it. Under the premise of complete reconstruction, considering that 5 small treatment stations and a large comprehensive station must be built, the total cost of reconstruction will be as high as 400 million yuan. What's the use of investing 20 million yuan to build 5 single ponds side by side now? Isn't this a waste of money? Although Chen Guang said that even if Lu Chemical doesn't participate in your sole proprietorship, you will rebuild it, I still think we should plan before we act, don't act too hastily. Guoming argued. However, Chen Guang didn't want to listen to his seemingly reasonable, but actually useless theory. Comrade Gua, you are just a mortal. You will never understand the realm of God. How can I tell you that as soon as the 5 ponds are repaired, the old man will take out the photocatalyst from his crotch and throw it in? The super complicated set of processes you said will be done in minutes. An investment of 400 million renminbi isn't even as useful as a photocatalyst, okay? Of course, if Chen Guang directly told Guoming that he already had 5 unprecedented photocatalyst formulas, and as long as he took out the finished products, all the ultra-difficult wastewater in their factory would be solved, Guoming would definitely call the mental hospital and ask someone to tie Chen Guang up. Elder Gua, say no more. I've made up my mind. You just need to carry it out. My requirements are as follows. Bring out the design within 3 days, start the ground within a week, complete the main construction within 20 days, and complete everything within a month. I'll arrange for someone to transfer the money to the company's account right away. You go and find someone right away. The structure of these pools was not complicated. All of them were poured on the spot. In short, the faster, the better. Of course, the quality must be guaranteed as well. You can find the construction company now. If the construction company says that we are in too much of a hurry, then we will increase the price. Pile more people on top. Chen Guang looked at Guoming calmly and said so. Guoming, who was in the middle of a long speech, was suddenly speechless. He stared at Chen Guang, but his eyes were clear, his eyes were bright, and his expression was normal. He was really not joking. Chen Guang patted his shoulder again. Anyway, Elder Gua, you have to work hard first. Just think of it as doing it for Tangshan Factory. There are some things that I can't tell you for now, but when you fix the ponds, I will give you a big surprise. After saying that, Chen Guang turned and walked out of the office, leaving only an inexplicably domineering and handsome back. Guoming stared at his back blankly, but he silently remembered something in his mind. When the review team came, he thought that the floating mud on the water would definitely be destroyed. But in the end, the mud inexplicably sank and hardened at the bottom of the water for 7 days, until the review team left. When the review team left, the mud popped up again. It looked like it was going to destroy the pod again, but inexplicably turned into bricks and floated on the water. Guoming didn't believe that Chen Guang was not behind this. Could it be that he had some new ideas this time? Guoming clenched his fist tightly. It must be like this. In short, it was right to believe in him. After leaving Tongshan Factory, Chen Guang returned to the hotel, opened the web page, and sat on the chair in a daze. He racked his brain like crazy, thinking about the world of acting and the perfect body of a god. An extremely strong desire to survive forced him to move forward, and he couldn't breathe. The post-production of Women had been completed, and now it was just waiting for the release. At first, Chen Guang's goal was only the box office. He didn't really expect to rely on only one movie to make the whole world recognize his acting skills. As the saying goes, there is no first place in literature, and no second place in martial arts. Acting skills were extremely difficult to quantify. It was easy to convince some people, but it was not easy to convince the whole world, and get public and comprehensive recognition. According to his original plan, he planned to make a name for himself with Women and the play, Thunderstorm, that he had acted in before, and then make a movie specifically for the Oscars. The Oscars was the most recognized performing arts award in the world, but it was just a game for Americans. Chinese actors were born to be inferior to others in this kind of award evaluation. Therefore, Chen Guang had even planned to keep fighting. If one movie couldn't make it, then he would make 2 or 3 movies. He would find the best director, write the best script, shoot the best movie, and learn from Li Zi, who had accompanied him for 20 years. With his own world-class acting skills as a foundation, he could always make it to the top slowly. But now, there was no time. God knew what the next line Sky Cup would be like, so he had to seize every opportunity in front of him. Therefore, Chen Guang decided to use Women to fight for the Oscars. But he didn't understand the film industry, and he didn't know how to operate it, so he could only find Big Beard Dang. What? You want to compete for the Oscars? You're not kidding me, are you? On the other end of the phone, Big Beard Dang thought that he had heard wrongly, or that Chen Guang had gone crazy. Chen Guang said heavily into the phone, "Uncle, I'm not kidding. Tell me, is my acting skills the best you've ever seen?" Big Beard Dang was stunned for a moment. Although he felt that Chen Guang's idea and statement were crazy, he didn't seem to be arrogant during the filming. His acting skills had indeed surpassed the level of impeccable and entered a new stage. His strength lay not only in his own acting skills, but also in his ability to make the actors who acted with him, and even the environment in the whole scene, be infected and influenced by him. Chen Guang's acting skills were indeed ahead of the times. Give him an Oscars, reasonable and convincing. But, the selection of the Oscars was not just about an actor's acting skills. There were many things involved. The level of the film itself, the influence and reputation of the film, the influence of the film on a global scale, and the reputation that the actor accumulated step by step, and even the preferences and relationships of the judges, and even the mood of the judges when they voted and made a decision, were all external factors that could affect the final result. In addition, Big Beard Dang was not belittling himself. Although Women was a good film and Chen Guang's performance was impeccable, the whole film was a commercial film tailor-made for Jiang Yage. The plot and concept were not at the level of the Oscars at all. In addition, Chen Guang acted well, but there were always many scenes in which he did not participate in himself. The performance of other actors with and without him could be said to be a world of difference. It was intolerable that there were such obvious shortcomings in a film that was nominated for the Oscars. Big Beard even had a rare feeling of inferiority. I dragged Chen Guang down. If Chen Guang had acted in The Revenant or of Manchester by the Sea, the Oscars would have been his. Well, Chen Guang, I admit that you are the best actor in the world, but it's useless. I'm not an Oscar judge. And isn't our film a little too weak? How about I help you contact Lianchuan, Spielberg, or Cameron? Let's do the next one. Big Beard Deng really did not want to admit his failure. However, Chen Guang immediately rejected the idea. He knew those directors, and it would take at least 3 to 5 years for a film to be released. At that time, his coffin would be filled with evergreens. No, 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 just women. Big Beard Deng sighed. Alas, but your idea is not realistic. The film itself is just a very ordinary commercial film. I'm afraid it's not even at the level of being nominated for the Oscars, let alone winning the Oscars. In addition, we have no overseas distribution plans for the time being. Films that have not been screened in commercial cinemas in Los Angeles are not eligible for the Oscars. Is that so? Chen Guang could not hide his disappointment. Big Beard Deng intended to completely dispel his crazy idea. So, let's do it next time. Unexpectedly, Chen Guang searched on the internet and said, it's okay. There are still 2 weeks before December 31st. I'll contact Tang Xiaokai of the Tang Jia Foundation to help. He has a lot of connections in the United States. We'll try to find a cinema in Los Angeles next week before December 31st, Big Beard Deng. Oh, by the way, we still need cinemas in other places. It's okay. I have a friend in Detroit called Bona Pierce. He's a director of the American Boxing Association. He also has a lot of connections. Find a cinema in Detroit to show it to. Big Beard Deng. Then I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you for the rest of the matter, uncle. You can use your connections or spend money. No matter what, you must help me submit the name list within January. You must pay attention to this matter. It's very urgent and crucial. Big Beard Deng felt that he was breaking down a little. Do you even understand what an Oscar is? Do you think it's cabbages on the street that you can randomly stuff in and win an award? Then it's settled. Chen Guang did as he said. Without waiting for Big Beard to break down, he immediately hung up and began to contact Tang Xiaokai. His fighting spirit was super strong. As for how to achieve the statue of a god with a perfect body, he did not have any good ideas at the moment. He definitely could not organize a fighting competition. He had internal force. Even if he sealed his skills, he would still be questioned by the industry insiders. They would think that he was bullying people with internal force. On the other end, Big Beard Deng was holding his phone in a daze. His mind was still buzzing. Does he mean that I made a commercial film with male idols, but I'm going to compete for an Oscar? Why do I feel that this is so sci-fi? Director Deng, what's wrong? Yang Shi, who was next to him, leaned over. Big Beard Deng looked at Yang Shi with a pair of dead fish eyes. Chen Guang said that he wants to win an Oscar with women. Yang Shi, F***CK. Chapter 1043. Every country had its own film censorship system. From the time a film was reported to the time it was approved, to the time it was scheduled in the commercial cinemas, it usually took a few months or a few years. The situation in China was more complicated than overseas. There were more political factors involved, especially when it came to overseas films. The process was even more complicated, and there were many scenes that had to be cut. After many overseas films were introduced, the audience was confused. They felt that the plot was broken and the connection was not coherent. Then, they started to scold the director, saying that he was a famous Hollywood director. How could he make a film if he couldn't even tell a story? In fact, the director was the scapegoat for everything. They really did nothing wrong. Most of the time, it was because many important scenes in European and American films often contained ambiguous scenes between the male and female protagonists. Or perhaps they were politically skewed, so when they were cut, the key scenes were missing. Of course, the audience would have a headache watching it. Women did not have to worry about this at all in China. First, it was because Beard Dang had long been familiar with the system and process of domestic film censorship and approval. He himself made commercial films that were suitable for both young and old people, and his personal connections inside and outside the circle were completely enough. Second, it was because the three major investors were Jin Shirue and Jiang Yage's companies, Chenguang's Tianguang Agency, and Qianda Pictures, the leading domestic cinema chain. Now that Jin Shirue and Jiang Yage's company shares were merged into Tianguang Group, Chenguang had a honeymoon relationship with the elders. They were all on the same side, so there wouldn't be any problems. As for Chenguang, it wasn't difficult to get the film to be screened in Europe and America. There weren't so many political considerations in Europe and America. It was more about the operation of the capital circle. As long as you had money, you could buy a small or medium-sized cinema chain to show it yourself. You had to get approval from the European and American Film Association. You could even wave a check to open the way. As long as the film didn't involve a clear political stance, the green light was guaranteed. Chenguang called Tang Shaokai. The two of them had a good chat and quickly reached a consensus. Tang Shaokai took the initiative to pat his chest and say that he was going to find someone. Tang Jia Fund had a lot of shares in several large foreign film companies and maintained long-term cooperation with many people in power in the Film Association. Although Chenguang's matter came suddenly, it wasn't difficult to just pass the censorship and get the rights to be screened in a few commercial cinema chains. Brother Shaokai, who had not been in contact for a long time, had recently withdrawn his focus from Tianguang Group. He only played the role of a small shareholder in the company, and the proportion of shares he held had been decreasing. However, the main profit point of the Tang Jia Fund was not in Tianguang Group. In the beginning, he invested in the establishment of Tianguang Brokerage because he was entrusted by the elders in Beijing. He was purely rushing to give money away, and he did not expect to recover his capital. Now, the $20 million invested had not gone to waste. Even though the proportion of shares had dropped to less than 20%, the actual value had already exceeded $500 million. Even in the investment market, it was a miracle. It was a typical case of low investment and high return. After hanging up the phone with Tang Shaokai, Chenguang was much more relaxed after he instantly implemented the matter. Chenguang didn't need to contact Bonner Pierce. Tang Jia Fund's influence in Europe and America was wider than he had imagined. Tang Shaokai would be enough. Therefore, some things were like this. If he didn't do it, it would feel impossible. However, once he was forced into a desperate situation, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and do it. Chenguang realized that these seemingly impossible things could actually be made possible. As long as he could reach the Oscar selection criteria and sneak into the list, he could try to do whatever he wanted in the future. It seemed absurd and impossible, but what if he succeeded? It was just like everything he had done in the past. In the eyes of others, they were absurd and unrealistic, but didn't they all become true in the end? At most, he would just settle the contact details and identities of the judges and go straight to them. If his PY transaction skill was on cooldown, he would forcefully do it. If the skill was not on cooldown, he would either threaten and bribe the other party or force the other party to watch the movie. At the same time, he would reason with the other party. For example, friend, touch your heart and tell me, what do you think of my performance? Isn't it amazing? Isn't it cool? Isn't it powerful? Taking 10,000 steps back, Lioli had tricked him so badly. At such a critical moment of life and death, shouldn't you take the initiative to make it up to me and help me give the other party a super powerful hypnosis? Since the Oscar was a mechanism that the judges were in charge of, there were loopholes that he could exploit. In the past, others did not take advantage of this loophole because they did not have PY transactions. They did not have world-class acting skills that could convince everyone, much less Lioli's godly hypnosis. Chen Guang had 10,000 reasons to believe that he could do it, so he did not feel guilty. For the sake of world-class acting skills, I paid such a huge price, went through so many life and death situations, suffered so much torture and pain, and finally mastered this unparalleled ability. In the past, I did not care about this bit of fame. I felt that good wine needed no bush, and that the honor and statue that should be mine would be mine sooner or later. But now, I don't have time to wait. I want to live. So, to my competitors at the Oscars this year, I'm sorry. I deserve to be at the Oscars. Although my plan is a little shameful and shameless, that's because I have a clear conscience. No matter how difficult it was to quantify acting skills, it did not matter. As long as I won the award in the most authoritative voting and gave people a preconceived impression of me, it would be fine even if there was a flood of controversy outside. Just like in the past, there would definitely be some people who approved of me, and there would also be others who doubted me. Those who approved of me would gradually convince those who doubted me, and those who doubted me would think of ways to nitpick in the movie. They would try their best to find a bone in an egg, but it would be useless. Chen Guang was 100% sure that when the time came, those who wanted to nitpick would not be able to find any thorns. Instead, they would become his new fans because they studied him. Because my acting skills have always been perfect. The deeper they studied, the deeper they would sink. If I did not win the Oscars, others would not know that there was an actor named Chen Guang who had surpassed the times. But as long as I won the Oscars first, it did not matter how big the controversy was. As long as I accumulated time, the controversy would slowly become recognition, and I would have more and more fans. Coupled with the creation of public opinion, I could easily get rid of the situation where a pearl was covered in dust, and become the well-deserved #1 actor in the world in one fell swoop. The statue of a god in the acting world would come into being. Acting was the same as literature. As long as it reached a sufficiently high level, people would first think that someone was very good, or that someone's writing was rich in content. When the later generations analyzed and interpreted it, they would even take the initiative to reveal more profound meaning beyond the author's original intentions. The more they looked at it, the more profound it became, and the more they looked at it. For example, the domestic readology world had such a phenomenon. Chao Shuichin might have casually said something in the original work, but the readologists of the later generations would be able to come up with dozens or even hundreds of different explanations. For example, the egg in Xue Baochai's hand is very round. If Chao Shuichin had simply said it, the readologists would have an explanation. The egg indicated that Xue Baochai was slick and had a thick body. So what if she could give birth? It indicated that Xue Baochai was slick in handling matters in the Jia residence. She had arranged everything properly and orderly. A simple description of a round egg could lead to the Jia residence's precarious situation in the imperial court. Then, it could lead to the relationship between Xue Baochai and Jia Baoyu under the bed. It was so rich in content that it made one's hair stand on end. If Chao Shuichin could jump out from his coffin, he might slam the chopping board and make a fuss. Back then, I only wrote that sentence. It was just a small number of words. What kind of deep meaning was there? Are you all so capable? Why don't you go to heaven? But the ancients were long gone. No one knew what Grandmaster Chow was really thinking. Acting was the same. When actors were facing the same camera, they might frown, or they might glare. To express the same emotion, there were countless ways to choose. For example, anger. Some people would yell and scream to vent their anger, while others would stare coldly and silently. As for how to deal with it, everyone had their own opinions. At that time, Chen Guang's true micro-expressions could be seen in front of the camera. Even if it was just a simple raise of an eyebrow, a tiny wrinkle on his forehead, or the curve of his mouth that required a magnifying glass to be seen, it could even be interpreted with countless rich meanings. Because his performance could withstand scrutiny, he always substituted himself into the real world of the character in front of the camera. He completely lived as a different person. After settling these matters, Chen Guang fell into a long contemplation. He thought about the matter of the strongest perfect body. This was really hard to achieve. As he was in a daze, his phone rang. He picked it up and his eyes lit up. It was Teacher Zhua. Teacher Zhua had finally gotten off the plane. As soon as the call was connected, Zhua Jingxi's sweet voice came from the other side. Chen Guang, are you in Tongshan? Yes, I'm here. What about you, Teacher Zhua? Are you in Wujing Airport? I'll pick you up right away. No, I've already arrived at Tongshan Industrial Factory. I'm in Hualing's laboratory. If you have time, come over now. But if you have other things to do, don't worry. I'm not in a hurry. Come over right away. Chen Guang thought to himself, how long has it been since we last met? How could Teacher Zhua not be in a hurry? We're not an ordinary man and woman, are we? He looked at the time. It was already past 7:00 in the evening. Zhua Jingxi must have rushed directly to Tongshan after getting off the plane at Wujing Airport. Perhaps she didn't tell him before because she wanted to give him a surprise. Hualing, quickly adjust the temperature of the water bath pot. It must be controlled at around 54.3 degrees Celsius. The more accurate, the better. Zhongyu, help me check the relevant information on 16-membered macrolide antibiotics. The pharmaceutical factory in Tongshan Industrial Park should be producing this type of medicine. I need to determine the specific catalytic reaction equation. Hualing, after setting the temperature of the water bath pot, configure it with a concentration of 379% sodium chloride solution. First, put the catalyst carrier in for 55 minutes. Very good, Zhongyu. Now check the paper published by Prince's Laboratory on SCI on the 17th of last month. There is a summary of the experimental process and related parameters of using this photocatalyst to catalyze ester compounds. We have to completely replicate the experimental process to determine whether it will be useful in the end. While Chen Guang was still on the road, Zhua Jingxi, who had just gotten off the plane, had already changed into a white coat and entered work mode. Although Hualing and Zhongyu hadn't seen Zhua Jingxi for a long time and were even assigned to someone else's project team, once Zhua Jingxi came back, they didn't even need to adapt. It was as if the three of them had returned to the state of the experimental team with tacit understanding and high efficiency. At this time, although Zhua Jingxi had a tired face, it couldn't hide the glow in her eyes. She used to think that she was of no use to Chen Guang, so even though Wang Ren and Su Lijing had been executed, she could have returned to Gokyo University. However, she still chose to stay in the laboratory abroad and never came back. Firstly, it was a rare trip for her, and she had spent a lot of money on it. So if she returned empty-handed, she wouldn't be able to learn anything and would disappoint Professor Xu Lirong. At the same time, it would also be a waste of the 500,000 yen that Chen Guang sponsored for her. On the other hand, she might be out of the country, but she did not sever her contact with the country. Although she didn't have a complete grasp of Chen Guang's movements, she still knew a thing or two. Indeed, Chen Guang wasn't born to be an ordinary person, and he was destined to soar into the sky. An ordinary outstanding man might have one or two above-average women around him, but when a man was as good as Chen Guang, he would inevitably become the focus of women. Although he did confess his love to her in public, Xue Jingxi secretly compared herself with the female protagonists who had scandals with him, especially Jin Shiyue and Jiang Yage, the vice president of his company, Tang Ying, the person in charge of his subsidiary company, Chu Zijin, the senior beauty Wenwen, who had an ambiguous relationship with him at school, and even Sun Xiaoxuan, who was also infatuated with him in her class. Xue Jingxi, who came from an ordinary family, subconsciously felt a little ashamed of her inferiority. Although she was a little confident in her appearance, Xue Jingxi felt that whether it was personality, work ability, family background, or even the help she could form for Chen Guang, she simply didn't have a sense of existence. She was even the opposite of others, completely a burden to him. Although he didn't care about money, no matter what, she had already taken an 800,000 yuan car from him, plus 500,000 yuan in cash. There was a total of 1,300,000 yuan here. He said it casually, treating it as a maintenance fee, but Xue Jingxi felt that Chen Guang wasn't a person who would support others, and she was even less willing to be supported by others. Moreover, if it was just to support him, she had only slept with him once, and yet she took away 1,300,000 yuan. She was a little too expensive. Therefore, in the past 6 months, Xue Jingxi could have come back, but she deliberately didn't. She deliberately hid and stayed away from the center of trouble. She also wanted herself to be calmer and re-examine her relationship with Chen Guang. At the same time, she also hoped that he would be calmer, hoping that he would understand that he should have a better woman to be worthy of him. But this time, the situation was different. Chen Guang was in trouble, and it was trouble that he couldn't solve. He had been having a headache about it for a long time. Most importantly, she seemed to be able to help him. His troubles were in direct conflict with his profession. Xue Jingxi thought that she had calmed down after 6 months, but the moment she heard the news, her heart was reignited. She thought that she could calm down, but it turned out to be useless. She couldn't control the deepest and truest thoughts in her heart. Not only did distance and time not dilute the taboo attachment she had for this former student, but it also made the old wine stronger. Therefore, she threw away the position of laboratory director that she had worked hard in America for half a year and came back without hesitation. She even took something from the laboratory that she shouldn't have, and carried a great risk of responsibility. Her thinking was very simple. Since Chen Guang was really involved in the environmental protection industry, and she had the ability to help him in this field, to be his helper. Then, I will come back, I will help him. As for her studies in America, she could give up on her career in America. It didn't matter if she had to bear the risk of stealing the samples from Prince's laboratory and leaking the results of the laboratory in China. As long as she could help him in this matter, it didn't matter even if she got sued and was called a thief in the academic world. I have to prove one thing, I am useful to him. I am not a woman who can only obtain from him without knowing how to return the favor. To him, Tongshan factory might seem important, but it wasn't indispensable. However, even if she could only help him a little in the field of environmental protection, as long as she could help him keep this foundation, it would prove the meaning of her existence. It was with this kind of mentality that Xue Jingxi returned to China at lightning speed. After getting off the plane, she didn't think of resting at all and went straight to the laboratory to work. She planned to go all out to help Chen Guang. Of course, she also has her own selfish motives. Compared with girls like Jin Shiyue and Jiang Yage, who attract worldwide attention, she is too inconspicuous. But as long as Chen Guang was dragged into the field of environmental protection, then I, Xue Jingxi, as the recognized disciple of Professor Xu Lirong of Gokyo University, and a new young scholar in the field of photocatalysis, would have enough power and status to stand shoulder to shoulder with celebrities. I want to seize this opportunity to grab the throat of my fate. This is the link between me and Chen Guang. I will personally guard this link. Teacher Zhua, you brought the sample back like this. Will there be any problems overseas? Hua Ling asked tentatively as she was busy. Zhua Jingxi waved her hand indifferently. It doesn't matter, this is my research results. Although it belongs to Prince's laboratory, I only use it within the scope of Tongshan Industrial Factory, and it won't be easily leaked. Even if they find out, they can take their time in China to file a lawsuit. Anyway, Chen Guang's Tongshan Industrial Factory may have a chance to be saved. Zhou Yu said, but Teacher Zhua, the new photocatalyst you brought back only has special effects on ester organic compounds. If you look at the entire Tongshan Industrial Factory, there are a total of 5 kinds of ultra-difficult wastewater. Ester antibiotics are only one of them. Zhua Jingxi smiled, you don't understand. The current situation of Tongshan Industrial Factory looks bad, but in the final analysis, it's just that the microbes can't be cultivated, and the biochemical treatment efficiency is very low. We will start with antibiotics and improve the most difficult growth environment for microbes. It is possible for microbes to reproduce in large quantities. At that time, it may still be difficult to meet the standard, but at least we can save more than half of the dosage. Sewage treatment is a very systematic thing, and the biggest difficulty is often a breakthrough at a certain point. We first overcome the biggest difficulty, and then we can hit the surface and solve the urgent problem of Tongshan Industrial Factory. Hua Ling and Zhong Yu looked at each other and sighed in their hearts. Teacher Zhua was indeed Teacher Zhua. In this aspect of thinking, the two of them were indeed ashamed of their inferiority. In addition, as long as the photocatalyst I brought back is effective, even if Chen Guang rebuilt Tongshan Industrial Factory, he can save at least 100 million yuan in costs. Alright, cheer up. Let's first prepare for the experiment. From tomorrow onwards, the whole army will be mobilized. When Chen Guang arrived at the laboratory, he saw Zhua Jingxi cheering Hua Ling and Zhong Yu with big dark circles under her eyes. He stood quietly at the door with the glow of the crescent moon behind him. Looking at the familiar yet slightly unfamiliar woman in the white coat, he was dumbfounded. Long time no see. You have lost weight. Chen Guang swallowed his saliva. His throat was a little dry. She really had lost weight. Even with the white coat covering her, it was clear that she seemed to be a size smaller than before. Her original figure was a very standard S shape, plump and tall. She was the typical representative of a slightly plump beauty. But now, the white coat of Zhong Yu, who was about the same height as her but not fat, looked like a child's robe on her. The traces of bones on her wrists were clearly visible, and her fingers were even more slender because of the lack of flesh. On her originally charming face, her cheekbones were even slightly raised. Although she was still beautiful, there was a bit of coldness on top of her charming beauty. She had a hard time in America for the past 6 months. Indescribable self-blame rose in Chen Guang's heart. I should have pulled her back more forcefully earlier. Zhua Jingxi's hand that was holding the test tube suddenly froze. She turned her head sideways and looked at Chen Guang in the direction of the door. Her eyes were slightly moist, and her nose was slightly sour. She had thought that when she saw him again, she would be able to maintain her calm and smile. She would say to him with a smile, "You disobedient bad student, did you miss me?" But the reality was that Zhua Jingxi's mouth was only slightly open, and she could not say a word. Compared to the past, Chen Guang's face had lost some of his childishness and looked more mature. His gaze seemed to have become deeper because of more experiences. After being in a position of power for a long time, his brows seemed to have gained some of the aura of a leader. He was no longer the poor student from a poor family. He had become more mature and more responsible. He was no longer carefree. The various troubles in life had buried a hint of melancholy between his brows. He seemed to have grown a little taller. His skin was a little darker. However, what had not changed was his pair of clear eyes that could see through people's hearts. Xue Jingxi's breathing became more and more rapid. She did not know how much she would miss him until they met. Chapter 1044. Hua Ling, who was at the side, reached out and quietly took the test tube from Xue Jingxi's hand. Finally freed, Xue Jingxi pounced forward. She couldn't care less about the two outsiders anymore. Like a tired bird returning to its nest, she plunged into Chen Guang's embrace and hugged him tightly. Chen Guang hugged her back. Xue Jingxi wanted to kiss him hard, but she did not do so in the end. After hugging him quietly for a while, she let go of Chen Guang and patted his shoulder. She forced herself to calm down and said, "I've lost weight, but you've gained weight." "Of course not. I'm strong, not fat." Chen Guang grinned. Xue Jingxi rolled her eyes at him. "You still have a glib tongue. But you've really lost a lot of weight. You must have had a hard time in America. Are you skimping on your food and clothes?" "I didn't skimp on my food and clothes. It's just that time waits for no one when it comes to scientific research. If I'm a step slower, I'll be a step behind others. If I'm a step ahead, I'll always fall behind. Since I've gone and stayed in Prince's lab, I can't stop. Otherwise, if I give others a lead and the results come out first, all my hard work will go to waste. Besides, it's better to be thin. Isn't it fashionable to be thin for beauty now?" "That's not true. You're as fleshy as before. It's better." Xue Jingxi looked like she was about to cry. "Are you saying that I'm not good-looking now?" Chen Guang waved his hands. "No. Absolutely not. Both are good-looking, but different kinds of beauty. It's just that I think you're healthier the way you were before. Anyway, since you're back, don't leave again. Although you're studying abroad, you're still working for someone else. It's quite boring. By the way, you suddenly came back this time. Doesn't that mean all your previous work went to waste?" Xue Jingxi immediately perked up at the mention of her profession. She proudly pulled Chen Guang to the lab table and pointed to a dark brown glass bottle on the table. She said, "Actually, I only came back this time because I gave up my position as a lab director. But just a month ago, the project I was in charge of for the past 6 months produced results. This is it. The latest catalyst that has a miraculous effect on ester compounds. It can solve the problem of antibiotics in your pharmaceutical factory." Chen Guang carefully picked up the bottle and looked at the silvery liquid flowing slowly inside. Although the bottle was not big, it was very heavy in his hand. This thing was very dense. Judging from Xue Jingxi's tone, this was probably all of her hard work over the past 6 months. No wonder she returned in such a hurry. It turned out that she just happened to have a new photocatalyst that might be suitable for her. She wanted to help me. Chen Guang completely understood Xue Jingxi's feelings and couldn't help but feel emotional and grateful. She said it lightly, but she really gave up a lot of things, and it was also very heavy. Prince's laboratory was world famous. It was full of talented people and had a very high status internationally. Every position in the laboratory was extremely valuable. Even doctoral students who graduated from famous universities in the Ivy League would try their best to get in. Even if they could only get the opportunity to be an assistant at the bottom of the laboratory, people would cherish it very much, let alone a director-level researcher who was in charge of a laboratory. As long as she worked in Prince's laboratory until she was 40, by then, whether she continued to stay there or left, even if she was still a lab director, she would definitely be fought over by major scientific research institutions around the world. Even if she went to work in an enterprise, she would definitely be the most core kind of technical backbone. What she gave up was the opportunity to rise rapidly on the road of academia. What she gave up was a smooth road to life. Just because he encountered some difficulties in the country, she made such a resolute decision. With a woman like this, what more could he ask for? Chen Guang took a deep breath. I don't know how to say this. Anyway, thank you. Why are you thanking me? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to go to the United States. Now that you're in trouble and I can help you, how can I turn a blind eye? By the way, do you understand photocatalysis now? Let me explain it to you. Chen Guang grinned. I know a thing or two. Are you kidding me? Although the old man's knowledge was crammed into him by the Holy Grail, in terms of theoretical knowledge, the person standing in front of you is the most authentic master in human history, okay? That's good, listen to me, Chen Guang interrupted Zhuo Jingxi and said, wait a minute, I have a question. As far as I know, foreign laboratories like this, including Prince's laboratory or the leading research institutes in the communications industry, such as Bell Laboratories or Qualcomm Laboratories, all have very strict confidentiality agreements. Teacher Zhuo, you entered Prince as a commissioned training staff from Gokyo University. Although you're now a C-level researcher, strictly speaking, you're completely employed by Prince. Your experimental costs all came from Prince, so you should also receive a salary there. So, your results should all belong to Prince's laboratory. After all, your status in academia is far from the level where you can be on an equal footing with the laboratory itself. Changjiang scholars like Professor Xu, and even our domestic academicians, don't seem to be qualified to discuss terms and conditions with Prince to share the results. At the very least, you have to be a Nobel Prize-level scholar, a world-renowned scholar, to be qualified to share the results with Prince. Didn't they say anything when you brought back the sample and synthesis technology that you just researched? Zhuo Jingxi's face was slightly stiff, but she quickly waved her hand and said, it's fine, our country is far away, they can't do anything about it. Teacher Zhuo, you snuck out, right? Zhuo Jingxi blushed. That's right, I pretended to take a leave of absence, saying that there was an urgent matter at home. I didn't really resign, but I don't plan on going back. Chen Guang said anxiously, but the saying that the emperor is far away is just a saying in the past. Now the world is so big, you can reach it in one flight. There's no place that's far away from the emperor. A mature photocatalyst formula represented a potential market of several billion US. Prince would not give up easily. If the other party is just a small company with no influence, it doesn't matter. But as far as I know, although Prince's laboratory is not well known in the ears of ordinary people, it has cooperation with many consortia around the world, and it is also very influential in our country. You can run, but you can't run away. Something will happen. Zhuo Jingxi's face briefly showed a worried look, but she immediately said carelessly, it's fine, just wait for them to sue. This is just my personal behavior, and it is only used within the scope of Tongshan Industrial Plant. As long as I don't leak the formula to others, they will turn a blind eye. At worst, I will sign a compensation contract for them. Chen Guang shook his head. Money is a small matter, I can handle it. But if this is the case, how can you establish yourself in academia in the future? This is what I am worried about. Zhuo Jingxi didn't care. If I can't establish myself, then I won't. I also understand. In the future, when I return to Gokyo University, no matter how powerful Prince is, he can't control me as a non-staff member to be in charge of projects at Gokyo University, right? At worst, my results in the future will be under your name. You know me, I don't particularly care about these false names. Now that I have you, I don't lack money. I just want to do more things. You know what my ideal is. Being a big boss behind the scenes is much more meaningful than jumping out to attract attention. Chen Guang rolled his eyes. You must have watched too many melodramatic TV dramas. Didn't you see that those behind the scenes died miserably in the end? No, I can't let this happen to you. If it's yours, it must be yours. You can't let others take your name for what you did. That would be too unfair to you. But now that I am back, they have probably started the legal process. Every gram of the sample is recorded. They must have found out that I took so much. Shuo Jingxi couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Chen Guang rolled his eyes, but he already had an idea. He wasn't in a hurry. Since Shuo Jingxi had given up so much for him, then he would personally send her to the altar. Prince's photocatalyst formula. Was it very powerful? I'm sorry, but I have an ancestor here. You say we stole your results. You want to sue us. You want to sue us. I'm sorry, but the truth is that your things aren't even worthy of carrying my shoes. I have 5 god-level formulas in my hands. They can be used at room temperature, can be exposed to sunlight, have super low wastage rate, super low synthesis cost, and have super stable adhesion properties. All I have to do is brush them on a shelf and throw them into water, and they'll be effective. Anyone would scream in pain. Father! How can you be so awesome? When that time comes, you will realize that your formulas aren't even 1% of my standards. What right do you have to say that we stole your things? What a joke. Chen Guang had been worried about how he could use a more reasonable and less shocking method to take out the 5 photocatalyst formulas that transcended time. Now, Wu Jingxi was right there in front of him. With the formula in hand, he could subtly influence her thoughts into his ready-made formula. It was just like solving a problem. The teacher would first know the results and the process of solving the problem. Then, he would turn it around and teach the students the problem. This way, the students would have a much easier time. Teacher Zhuo, you used to be my tutor. Now it's my turn to teach you, my little Cici. Don't worry, let me take a look at your formula. Although Chen Guang was confident, he still planned to take a look first. Shuo Jingxi did not understand what he was up to. She only handed him the booklet that she had brought with her. The booklet contained the specific physical and chemical properties, catalytic properties, and the specific synthesis method of the formula that she had brought back this time. You can really understand it. Don't you need me to tell you? There are a lot of technical terms in it. Shuo Jingxi saw him pick it up and read it. She still didn't believe him. She stared at him with her beautiful eyes. Chen Guang just smiled mysteriously. You'll know later. Chapter 1045. She still did not believe it. Shuo Jingxi did not understand why Chen Guang knew about photocatalysis. Although he had briefly stayed in the laboratory at Gokyo University for a few days, he did not have time to do anything serious before Wang Ren and Su Lijing's incident happened. He did not have time to learn about photocatalysis at all. Later on, she saw that he was busy every day as if he was fighting a war. With his personality, he would not spend time learning something that was meaningless to him. Furthermore, his experiment manual had not been systematically organized and simplified. It was all first-hand information that he had written while working in Prince's laboratory. Although it was detailed, it was not systematic and very messy. Furthermore, there were many professional terms that ordinary people would not be able to understand. Putting aside the fact that Chen Guang couldn't understand the long series of reaction equations and calculations in the manual, just those professional terms that ordinary people wouldn't even come into contact with once in their lifetime would probably make him feel like he was reading a book from heaven, right? However, seeing how confident Qin Guang was, Zhuo Jingxi did not want to attack him in front of Hua Ling and Zhongyu. The relationship between the two was not ordinary. With Zhuo Jingxi's meticulousness, she would take care of his reputation as a man when they were outside. Since he felt that he could read it, she would wait for him to read it for a while and explain it to him later. With this in mind, Zhuo Jingxi turned back to the experiment with Hua Ling and Zhongyu. From time to time, she would look at Qin Guang, who was sitting there engrossed in his notes. Sometimes he frowned, sometimes he smiled, and sometimes he showed a knowing smile. It was a very approving look. He flipped through the book very quickly, almost turning a page in less than a minute. It could be said that he read 10 lines at a glance. Zhuo Jingxi thought to herself, I haven't seen him for half a year, and this guy's skin has become thicker. He's really good at pretending. I heard that he acted in a movie that hasn't been released yet. I used to think that he was acting for fun, but now it seems that he might really be a good actor. But as an actor, you're a little unprofessional. There are so many words on each page of my notes. Even if you're reading a novel, you can't read it so fast, right? What's more, you're reading my professional notes, which are at least 100 times more profound than a novel. With the speed at which you're flipping through the pages, are you going to use it as a fan? Teacher Zhuo, Qin Guang is really good at acting. If I didn't know him, I might have really believed him. Hua Ling moved closer to Zhuo Jingxi and teased her in a low voice. Zhongyu, on the other hand, had a different opinion. That's not necessarily true. When he first arrived at Tongshan factory a few days ago, didn't he also give us a fright? He does know a lot of water treatment techniques. At the very least, when he walked around the factory, the problems he picked out were no worse than when Teacher Shu first came. In fact, he might even be more detailed. Hua Ling came back to her senses and suddenly said, that seems to be the case. If he hasn't read the reports related to Tongshan factory before and can find all the problems by himself, then he seems to be really capable. Hua Ling was a little unsure. She felt that it wasn't right for her to always look at Qin Guang the way she used to, but she also felt that it was too unbelievable. Zhuo Jingxi interrupted the two of them. Let's not care about him for now. There are still 3 steps left. Let's hurry up. Soak the sample in the sodium chloride solution later. You must pay attention to the time. 9.5 hours, not a second more. Later, lock the lab door and everyone go rest. After another half an hour, Qin Guang finally put down his notebook. He wasn't in a hurry to speak. Instead, he closed his eyes and thought about what he should say to Zhuo Jingxi. On the other side, Zhuo Jingxi and the other two were still busy preparing for the experiment. They didn't know that he had put down his book. Zhuo Jingxi had been on the plane for more than 10 hours. After getting off, she hadn't adjusted her biological clock. Although she could sleep on the plane, she couldn't sleep well. She was really a little sleepy. Her originally energetic eyes had become a little cloudy. She shook her head slightly from time to time, trying her best to stay awake. Seeing that she was still gritting her teeth and holding on, Qin Guang felt a little uncomfortable. On one hand, he felt sorry for Zhuo Jingxi's hard work. He thought that she had been in a similar state of work in the United States for the past 6 months. On the other hand, he felt sorry that her passion might be in vain. The formula she brought back was indeed the world's leading formula. It could greatly accelerate the hydrolysis process of ester macromolecular compounds. However, the antibiotics of Tongshan Industrial Factory were not ordinary esters. They were 16-membered macrolides. Because of its special molecular structure, the molecule contained a lactone structure and a 16-membered ring. The bond energy between atoms was relatively high, and the molecular structure was relatively stable. This caused the catalytic effect of the photocatalyst carrier brought back by Zhuo Jingxi to be greatly reduced. It was impossible for it to be industrialized. If he wanted it to be effective, ordinary sunlight was far from enough. He needed a large dose of X-ray radiation. However, he must also take into account the absorption rate of X-ray radiation in water. At the same time, this X-ray radiation was far beyond the human body's tolerance limit. Wait a minute. Zhuo Jingxi hurriedly struggled to poke her head out. Hualing, Zhongyu, don't listen to him. There's only one last step left. You must do it well. Don't oversleep tomorrow morning. Remember to go to the laboratory and take out the sample in time. When you leave later, remember to lock the door and put the bottle with the sample in the safe. As they spoke, the two of them walked further and further away, quickly disappearing without a trace. Only the two senior sisters were left in a daze. Hualing and Zhongyu looked at each other and shrugged helplessly. Hualing pouted. I told you, these two are very ambiguous. Look at how Teacher Zhuo pretended to struggle just now. In fact, she almost wanted to jump into his arms. Zhongyu patted her shoulder. Don't gossip about them behind their backs. It's their own business anyway. Anyway, as long as Teacher Zhuo is happy, it's fine. Happy, of course he's happy. How can he not be happy? Okay, let's continue working. On the other side, Chen Guang carried Zhuo Jingxi to the parking lot and put her in the front passenger seat. He sat down and said as he lit the fire, Teacher Zhuo, actually, the photocatalyst you brought back might not be useful. Zhuo Jingxi's face was full of confusion. She didn't think that Chen Guang understood her notes at all, and she couldn't understand why he said it was useless. Don't joke around. I've tested it many times in prints. It's more or less useful. You didn't understand my notes at all, did you? You're talking nonsense, right? Chen Guang shrugged helplessly. Forget it. You won't believe me even if I tell you. Anyway, have a good rest tonight. When the results come out tomorrow, you'll probably believe me. Chapter 1046. Can I have a good rest tonight? Sitting in the front passenger seat, Zhuo Jingxi was silent. She turned her head to look out the window and watched the trees on both sides of the road fly past. Inexplicably, because of Chen Guang's words, a myriad of thoughts ran through her mind. She was a little shy, but also a little expectant, but she was indeed a little tired. She wanted to have a good rest, but she had other considerations. Although they hadn't seen each other for a long time, since she was back, and everyone had already broken through that layer of window paper, it would happen sooner or later. Everyone was an adult, and they all had needs in that area. A long drought met a good rain, so there was nothing shameful or difficult to talk about. It was just that if the two of them were in love for a long time, there was no need to rush day and night. Reason told Zhuo Jingxi that the best choice tonight was definitely to have a good rest and adjust her biological clock, so that she could bring out the true perfect working state during the day tomorrow to help Chen Guang solve his problems. I understand all the logic, but I can't control myself. Emotionally, she really couldn't control herself. Just smelling the manly scent coming from his body, her mind was a little fuzzy, and the things that happened with him in her rented house were still vivid in her mind, repeatedly replaying. Then her heart began to beat faster, and her breathing became rapid. The devil deep in her lower abdomen was playing tricks, causing her to clamp her legs tightly, and a certain place was already faintly moist. What should I do later? Should we do something about it? If he takes the initiative to ask, I definitely can't resist and agree immediately. But if he feels that I'm too tired and a taciturn gourd, should I take the initiative to attack? But will he think that I've become too loose? Will I leave a bad impression in his heart? Also, if I really do something and can't sleep well tonight, it will definitely affect my working state tomorrow, right? Zhuo Jingxi really felt very conflicted, very tired, and completely unable to make up her mind. Chen Guang thought that she was asleep, so he didn't say anything else. As he drove, he couldn't help but think of other things. The huge debt of 1.46 billion inevitably made him feel an indescribable sense of urgency. He must immediately get 2 statues of One-Line Sky Realm to pay off the debt in time after 2 years. However, divine statues were not cabbages that could be found immediately. Therefore, there would definitely be a time lag in between. At that time, there would definitely be a gap of faith. If he wanted to survive, he had to think of a way to earn some extra income from other ideas. For example, in the next month, he could obtain a more reliable Heaven's Line Cup Intermediate Realm and build another god statue in time. Another example was to develop more zealots and use the additional faith provided by zealots to make up for the difference. Or perhaps, he could open up a high-level world within a cup that was similar to the realm of the Transient Sea or the realm of True Martial, and obtain some additional faith value from it. However, there were too many variables in these matters, and he could only rely on the heavens to make a living. There was a great deal of randomness, and it was not under his control. What was even crazier was that ever since he owed the debt, the Holy Grail had started to collect the debt on its own. Every day, at every moment, as soon as the faith points entered his account, he would immediately confiscate them and use them to make up for the debt. Now, the Holy Grail had become a transparent funnel. No matter how much faith points were poured in from the top, they would be instantly swallowed up by the bottom, ensuring that there would not be a single penny left in his pocket. If it was not for this super awkward situation, Chen Guang could totally rely on the custom-made world within a cup to take a shortcut, and casually use a custom-made world within a cup that was especially easy to achieve. For example, he could first learn the third-order Rubik's Cube blind twisting in the Special Training Cup Intermediate Realm, and then directly scam some of the more popular variety shows such as The Most Powerful Melon Seeds, Challenge the Impossible, Huaxia's Got Talent, or the original Central TV Guinness, and now the new show, Huaxia's 5,000 Years of Ultimate Skills. At that time, with the astonishing hand speed of his Qilin arm and the special training ability of the world within a cup, he could directly compress the world record from nearly 20 seconds to less than 1 second. Coupled with the live broadcast of variety shows, he could achieve the effect of exploding people's eyes on the spot. Then, with crazy publicity and hype regardless of the cost, he would be able to create a spirit god statue in less than a month. Although the current upper limit of the spirit god statue's production capacity was only about 50,000 or so, no matter how small a mosquito's leg was, it was still meat. Many a little makes a mickle, and he would eventually be able to make up for the shortfall. Unfortunately, his heart was higher than the sky, and his life was thinner than paper. He was full of ideals, but reality was too cruel. He lost as much faith points as he collected. Right now, he couldn't even enjoy the 600,000 beggar version of the Spirit God Custom Cup Intermediate Realm. The damned Holy Grail was even more shameless than the bank. At the very least, the bank collected a mortgage payment once a month, but the Holy Grail paid at all times. Because of this, other than setting up 2 spirit god statues as soon as possible, whether or not Chen Guang could survive depended on the heavens. It was purely a gamble with his life. A good face meant a good life, and a good life meant that he could live. But he couldn't just close his eyes and wait for death without putting in some effort, right? Forget it, he would do his best and leave it to the heavens. In short, he only had 730 days left. Every wasted day, the possibility of him successfully repaying the loan would be lower, and he would be one step closer to death. This was not a drill, nor was it a joke. Now that Teacher Zhuo was back, He had also set up a strategy to rely on teacher Zhua to more reasonably throw out the 5 god-level new photocatalyst formulas. But this matter must be done quickly. He didn't have much time to continue to waste time in Tongshan Industrial Factory. Although money was good and face was important, it was not as practical as faith points. Now that this situation had occurred, he couldn't care less about one thing and lose sight of the other. He had to distinguish between priorities. But Tongshan Industrial Factory's front line was still very long, and it couldn't be done overnight. Knowing the formula was one thing, putting the formula into practice and turning the data on paper into a real product was another. He had to find a way through teacher Zhua to contact reliable large laboratories at home and abroad to solve the problem of industrial production and application. Tongshan Industrial Factory was so large that the demand for photocatalysts was not small. It was impossible to produce a single milligram. However, the synthetic materials of photocatalysts were not only expensive, but also extremely difficult to obtain. Even if you waived a check, you might not be able to buy it. The equipment needed for synthesis were extremely high-end, representing the world's most advanced scientific research level. Money couldn't be used. Just like the world's first ion collider in China, advanced equipment represented monopolized scientific research resources. Even if a high school student was found to use this collider, he could sort out a set of data based on the observation results, and casually write a paper that could be published in an SCI journal. It was more useful than a PhD student writing a paper for half a year. Although Chen Guang's formula was ready-made and his theoretical knowledge was hundreds of years ahead of the world, the synthesis method was under the unspoken rules of the heavenly Holy Grail. It just happened to be stuck at the limit of the level of modern science and technology. It was the energy efficiency limit of the world's most advanced photocatalyst synthesis equipment. Unfortunately, this set of equipment was not in China. It happened to be in the world's first photocatalyst laboratory, Prince Laboratory, which Shuo Jingxi had just offended. So far, Chen Guang did not know about this situation. He was still immersed in his own troubles. Otherwise, it would only be more painful for him. How should I tell her, explain to her, make her believe in my formula, and immediately throw away the weak project results in her hands and turn to the implementation of my 5 god-level formulas? She doesn't even trust my basic level now. If I directly throw her 5 formulas, she must think that I am crazy and will not take it seriously at all, right? This was really the blissful trouble of a genius. His knowledge and ability were too far beyond this era. His realm and level were too far beyond his age, so it was too difficult to win people's trust in what he said and the ability he showed, especially this kind of knowledge. If he was an old man in his 60s or 70s and became an old master in the eyes of others, let alone taking out 5 photocatalyst formulas, even if he proposed a new theory today and pushed the theoretical level of contemporary quantum mechanics forward by 20 years, or if he came up with a new set of technology tomorrow and conquered the treatment of cancer or AIDS, others would not question too much. Even if there was controversy, at least others would not take it seriously. At most, they would question him and carry out scientific verification of his theory. As long as his knowledge and theory itself had no problems and could stand up to scrutiny and test, after others completed verification and practice, all doubts would slowly disappear. Science was not like politics, where what was right and what was wrong. It was much simpler. What should I say now? I can't hurt her self-esteem. It's a headache. After leaving the Tongshan Industrial Factory, the two people with their own thoughts went straight to the hotel without saying a word. The atmosphere was not awkward. It was just that they had something on their minds. After arriving, Shuo Jingxi didn't let Chen Guang help her up. It's okay. I'm not that weak. I'm in good spirits. Shuo Jingxi smiled and waved her hand, forcing herself to look energetic. She really didn't want to admit that she was pretending to be energetic so that Chen Guang wouldn't take pity on her and force her to sleep the moment they reached the hotel. Although she was conflicted, she really wanted something to happen. Her legs were getting weaker and her face was slowly getting redder. After taking 2 steps, Zhuo Jingxi staggered again and almost fell to the ground. Chen Guang supported her. "How are you in good spirits?" "Forget it. I was going to talk to you tonight about why the photo catalyst you brought back didn't work, but it seems like there's no chance. When we get up, you should sleep first. We'll talk about everything tomorrow." Chen Guang sighed in his heart. Although he was really in a hurry and didn't want to waste a day, it seemed that there was no other way. He couldn't be too selfish. Teacher Zhuo was too tired. She had to rest. Chapter 1047. Let's wait a day. When her biological clock returns tomorrow, we'll think of a way to have a good discussion with her. With the knowledge I have, it won't be too difficult to convince her. At that time, I can't care even if I scare her. I have to tell her tomorrow at the latest. Teacher Zhuo has to push this matter forward by the day after tomorrow. As for the potential threat of Prince and how to push this matter forward, I'll discuss it with Teacher Zhuo tomorrow. When Zhuo Jingxi heard this, she became anxious. Don't go too far. I'm clearly so moved that my body is weak. From your tone, it sounds like you're going to do something worse than an animal, right? Do you really want the two of us to be in the same room and waste the night away without anything happening? Do you know how much I want something to happen? Do you know how hard it is for me to be alone in America for such a long time? You actually want me to sleep first and talk about it tomorrow. You just want me to have a good night's sleep so that I can continue experimenting for you tomorrow, right? I came back from so far away. Although my main purpose is to help you, and doing experiments is also my favorite job, I'm also a normal woman. I have normal physiological needs, okay? You don't understand my feelings and needs at all. You're so selfish. Is money that important? Can't I even wait for a day? So what if I'm lazy for a day? You're still saying that the things I brought back aren't good enough. Not only are you selfish, but you're also looking down on my results. When a woman is angry, she is unreasonable. Zhuo Jingxi's thoughts completely went into a dead end. She no longer thought about having a good rest today and getting up early tomorrow to push forward with the experiment. It was rare for her to throw a little girl's temper. She broke free from Chen Guang's hand. How am I tired? Which eye of yours saw that I'm tired? I just accidentally tripped on a rock. You're so annoying. She really felt wronged. She took 2 steps forward. Chen Guang followed behind her, but he couldn't figure out what was wrong with her. Why was she suddenly angry? He could only follow her carefully, planning to act according to the situation. Zhuo Jingxi took a few steps forward and calmed down a little. Why am I so inexplicably angry? Isn't Chen Guang doing this for my own good? He's afraid that I'm too tired. Why should I be mad at him? Zhuo Jingxi, have you been lonely and cold for too long after tasting the good stuff? Now why was she so flirtatious? He only knew that his mind was filled with wretched thoughts. You are such a disgrace. Chen Guang gently hugged her from behind again. This time, Chen Guang learned his lesson. He didn't say that she was tired, nor did he mention anything about resting. He just hugged her intimately and brought her up. Chen Guang's original intention was, of course, to prevent Zhuo Jingxi from falling again. He never thought that Zhuo Jingxi would have another meaning. He took the initiative to hug my waist. He hugged me so tightly in front of everyone. I felt as though I was about to be pulled into his body. Oh my God. He knows what's going on in my head. So embarrassing, so shameful, however, I couldn't help but look forward to it. What should I do? I was supposed to have a good rest. Why did my mind go out of control for no reason? Zhuo Jingxi, oh Zhuo Jingxi, with your work attitude, you're not thinking about proper matters. You're forcing him to satisfy your most basic needs, and you're even throwing a little tantrum at him. Are you worthy of stealing the sample from Prince and flying back overnight? As the two of them walked into the elevator, Chen Guang turned his head and saw that Zhuo Jingxi's face had turned bright red. It wasn't just a normal red, it was the kind of red that looked like a burning flame. It was a very sick and serious situation. Chen Guang immediately knew that something was wrong. He asked nervously, Teacher Zhuo, why is your face so red? It's a little hot. Do you have a fever? Unexpectedly, as he tightened his grip, Zhuo Jingxi suddenly stiffened. Her body became even softer, and she was almost completely stuck to Chen Guang's body. She couldn't even stand up straight. She thought to herself, this guy is getting more and more daring. He actually asked me if I was in heat. Although there was no one else in the elevator, how could you ask me such a question? How do you want me to answer you? Chen Guang saw that not only did she not say anything, but her face became even redder and her body became soft like a boneless windshield wiper. Therefore, his right hand tightened, and his left hand reached for Zhuo Jingxi's forehead. It's really hot. You really have a fever. Chen Guang exclaimed, and then he simply picked up Zhuo Jingxi by the waist. Zhuo Jingxi was about to break down. She simply yelled at the top of her lungs, yes. Yes. That's right. I'm in heat. But so what? After saying that, she stopped struggling and simply buried her head in Chen Guang's chest. She was really embarrassed. Although there were no outsiders in the elevator, and the hotel security wouldn't be so bored as to eavesdrop on the conversation in the elevator, it was a little too stimulating for her to admit such an embarrassing thing. But as embarrassed as she was, this feeling was really special and exciting. As soon as she said such shameless words, her cerebral cortex seemed to have been greatly stimulated. A numb feeling arose spontaneously, and her rationality was constantly being impacted. The throbbing feeling in her lower abdomen became more and more intense. I really want it. Chen Guang has become so naughty now. He knows that it's embarrassing, but he deliberately asked me this. I haven't seen him for half a year. Where did he learn such a shameless method of teasing people from? I'm also very shameless to actually cooperate with him. But forget it, this is also good. Anyway, I can't kill the little worm in my heart. I don't need to sleep tonight in this state. I'll just do what I need to do first. Since Hua Ling and Zhong Yu will take care of tomorrow morning, I can accompany him to play a little crazier tonight. Tomorrow morning, I'll sleep in, and in the afternoon, I'll work with a full state of mind. Play a little crazier. Thinking of this, Zhuo Jingxi became even more embarrassed. She suddenly clamped her legs together and began to tremble violently as if she had lost consciousness. This scared the hell out of Chen Guang. Oh my God! Why are you trembling so badly? Teacher Zhuo, your condition is getting a little out of control. He quickly mobilized his inner strength to transfer qi to Zhuo Jingxi, trying to stabilize Zhuo Jingxi's condition. Although he wasn't good at medicine, it wasn't the first time that he had used his inner strength to help people take care of their bodies. He had a lot of experience and was very familiar with it. A warm current gushed out from the palm of Chen Guang's right hand that was holding Zhuo Jingxi and went straight to Zhuo Jingxi's abdomen. According to Chen Guang's plan, he would first use his own inner strength to protect her heart and brain to prevent her from having a fever. But when Chen Guang's inner strength entered Zhuo Jingxi's body, Zhuo Jingxi felt this warm current go straight to her lower abdomen. She didn't know what was going on, but she only felt that this warm current was like a naughty earthworm. Wherever it went, it would itch uncontrollably. This was great. Her lower abdomen was originally twitching, but after the external stimulation, it twitched even more violently. Her body was shaking like a sieve. Chen Guang's soul was about to fly out of his body. I really saw a ghost. Not only did the inner strength not help, but it also made teachers tremble even more. The elevator was still going up. Chen Guang stretched out his right hand and pulled Zhuo Jingxi's head up slightly. He then tilted his head to look from the side. It's over, it's over. Teacher Zhuo's eyes were rolling back from the fever. Was she going to be cooked? The elevator from the ground floor to the 8th floor seemed to take a century. When the elevator door opened, Chen Guang rushed forward like lightning with Zhuo Jingxi in his arms, straight to his room door. He was really panicking. He had to settle Zhuo Jingxi, who had a serious fever, as soon as possible. First, he would try to see if he could lower her temperature physically. He would first observe her for half an hour, and if that didn't work, he would send her to the hospital. If the hospital couldn't handle her illness, then he would quickly call the real professional, Wu Miaowan, for help. At this time, Wu Miaowan, as the deputy director of the Guangding General Administration, should be in Wujing. If they drove a car or found a helicopter from Wujing, they should be able to arrive within an hour. Chapter 1048. Zhuo Jingxi's brain was about to crash. She wanted to find a hole to hide in. Before today, she would never have thought that she was such a woman. In the 20 years before she gave her body to Chen Guang, she had no idea what was going on between a man and a woman. Even when she had sex for the first time, she didn't have any clear memories. She only remembered that Chen Guang came in and it was a little painful. Then, she instantly rolled her eyes and lost consciousness. Although the time was really short, in that instant, she felt as if she had ascended to the clouds and become the happiest woman in the world. Later, Zhuo Jingxi would think about it from time to time. She knew that her situation might not be right, but she didn't have any close friends to discuss such a private topic. She didn't have much time to think about it all day long, but she would occasionally think about it. Gradually, she almost thought that her situation was the situation of a normal woman. Perhaps, this was how other people's lives were like. Women really suffered. Time was really short. Forget it. Although there was a bit of a disadvantage in time, in that instant, her head floated up to the sky. It was like the dizziness after drinking half a liter of wine. Her whole body was lazy, and a certain part of her body was throbbing. It was really comfortable and memorable. There's definitely nothing wrong with me. As for now, although she was so shy that she wanted to die, her heart was exceptionally sweet. Chen Guang finally couldn't wait anymore. I thought you really had a heart of stone. You ran so fast, you must be in a hurry, right? Chen Guang carried Zhuo Jingxi straight into the bedroom, and then Zhuo Jingxi was carefully and neatly placed on the bed. Zhuo Jingxi's heart beat faster and faster. She subconsciously clamped her legs together tightly. Her casual pants were already soaked. Although she was looking forward to what was going to happen next, she couldn't get rid of the modesty in the depths of a woman's heart. She was really embarrassed to let Chen Guang see her current unruly look. She even secretly prayed in her heart that he wouldn't find out. Fortunately, she was wearing brown pants today. It shouldn't be so obvious, right? It shouldn't be that big, right? The more Zhuo Jingxi thought about it, the redder her face became. Not only was her forehead hot, even her cheeks and neck were burning hot. As soon as Chen Guang put her down, he reached out to touch her head. Crack. Pfft, it's scary. It must be at least 50 degrees, right? Are they about to spontaneously combust? In the past, before I practiced inner strength, before I strengthened myself in the instantaneous sea, I also had a fever, but I never had a fever like this. I've seen people with fever before, but if it's this high, they probably don't even need to call 120. They should just call the crematorium. He didn't even need to light a fire to bring it to the crematorium. He just needed to throw it into the kiln and it would burn on its own. Chen Guang was a little flustered. On the other side, Zhuo Jingxi was being patted on the head, but she was so shy that she closed her eyes tightly, not daring to open them. Where did this guy learn such a bad habit? Does he have to touch his forehead before doing foreplay? On the other hand, Chen Guang didn't know what was going on. He stretched out his finger and lifted Zhuo Jingxi's eyelids. Zhuo Jingxi was shocked. Why was this guy so mischievous? Was he trying to embarrass her to death? Did he want me to look at him? Would it be more pleasurable this way? Humph. I'm not going to look. Zhuo Jingxi mischievously rolled her eyeballs upwards. Chen Guang was so scared that he peed his pants. He actually didn't have any eyeballs. He was going to roll his eyes up to the sky. She had already completely lost consciousness. He didn't care about being careful anymore. He stretched out both hands and activated his inner strength. His fingertips picked up the buttons on Zhuo Jingxi's clothes. Only a series of popping sounds could be heard as the buttons flew off one by one. Then, he used both hands to pull out Zhuo Jingxi's sleeves. Immediately after, he bent down and supported Zhuo Jingxi's back with his right hand. His left hand tugged underneath and the jacket was thrown off the bed. Zhuo Jingxi's eyes were still tightly shut. She thought to herself, this guy is still the same as before. Even his foreplay is so rough. However, I like it a lot. After I'm done, I'll have a good sleep first. I'll come back and work for you. It's only right for you to work a little harder and serve me more comfortably. As for this brat's problem, how should I solve it? Humph, that depends on my mood. As Zhuo Jingxi's thoughts ran wild, Chen Guang had already done the same thing to her shirt as before. All the buttons popped off and the shirt was thrown out. Most of her skin was exposed to the air. Even though the room wasn't cold, her skin seemed to feel Chen Guang's gaze. Zhuo Jingxi suddenly had goosebumps all over her body. Other than that, the redness on her body spread rapidly from her neck down. In an instant, her entire body began to emit a faint pink glow. Chen Guang kept feeling that something was wrong. He started to wonder if he was overthinking something. With his world-class acting skills, if he were to calm down and make a careful judgment, he would naturally be able to see clues from Zhuo Jingxi's micro-expressions and movements. Then, he would realize that she was flirting and not having a high fever. But right now, his first impression was the strongest. He blamed himself and Zhuo Jingxi for being standard Sichuan province people. When they communicated with others in Mandarin, it was still standard. However, when they bumped into someone who was also from Sichuan province, they couldn't distinguish the burning tongue from the flirting tongue. Right now, his mind was filled with worry for Zhuo Jingxi's health. His train of thought was stuck in a dead end. No matter how he thought about it, all he could think of was to save the dying and heal the injured. Not good at all. She's burning to the point where she's glowing. If I wait any longer, won't there be smoke and fire? The old man had roamed the world for more than 20 years. He had been in the cup world for more than 100,000 years. He boasted that he was knowledgeable, and well-versed in martial arts. He was fully deserving of the title of the world's #1 martial artist. However, this old man has never seen or heard of a situation where a person has a fever to the point of glowing. I can't delay any longer. If I delay any longer, I'm afraid that even with my inner strength, I won't be able to save Teacher Zhuo's life. Chen Guang's right hand trembled. His movements were even simpler and more violent. Inner strength surged from his fingertips. He controlled it to the pinnacle and slashed across Teacher Zhuo's chest like a blade. With a click, the last bit of cover on Teacher Zhuo's upper body was removed. Chen Guang was not in the mood to enjoy the long-awaited victory. He immediately changed his target and attacked the lower body. He unbuckled his belt, loosened the button, and pulled down the zipper. Then, he retreated and sat beside Zhuo Jingxi. He planned to take advantage of the situation and complete the final preparations for lowering the temperature. But after he stretched out his hand, it froze in midair. He was greatly stimulated on the spot. That's right, Zhuo Jingxi had completely lost consciousness. But, my seventh uncle, my Emperor of the Azure. Oh my God! What did I see? Why is this happening? For a long time, on Chen Guang's side, although Zhuo Jingxi had not been a class counselor for a long time, in everyone's hearts, she was the typical representative of a dignified and skilled mature woman. Even though the relationship between her and Chen Guang had long been extraordinary, not long after something happened between the two of them, she chose to leave for the United States. Now that half a year had passed, Chen Guang had experienced a lot. His impression of Zhuo Jingxi had unknowingly returned to the time in her office. She had looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze. She had lamented his misfortune and was angry at his lack of ambition. Of course, there was also her gentleness and consideration when she changed the medicine on his hand and bandaged his wound. In addition, there was her stubbornness and staunchness when she was threatened by Wang Ren. There was also her enthusiasm when she introduced the great invention of photocatalysis to him in the photocatalyst laboratory at Gokyo University. There was also her boldness and competence when she bravely and loudly spoke about her life's ideals. The impression between people, other than the most superficial appearance, was more of the various things they had experienced together, every word they had said together, every time they looked at each other, every time they had been together, every time they had been together. These were all accumulated bit by bit. You have such a high and mighty image in my heart, but now you've actually wet your pants. I almost think I'm blind. Chen Guang stared blankly at Zhuo Jingxi's tightly clamped legs. The middle of her brown casual pants was clearly a dark brown that had been soaked through by water. Chen Guang took a deep breath and couldn't help but blame himself. How badly did I hurt you? At that moment, there was only one thought in Teacher Zhuo's mind, and that was to die. Apart from wanting to die, there was no other plan. In the end, this guy still saw it. Not only that, but he even seemed to enjoy my current state of being in a living hell. He must be staring at the soaked part of me. You bastard, don't go too far. Admit it honestly. How many times have you played SM with who in the past 6 months? Why are you so experienced? No matter how difficult it is for me, how embarrassed I am, how you do it. But it seems that I'm really becoming more and more perverted. I clearly know that he's torturing me and deliberately embarrassing me. I clearly want to jump up and strangle him, but I'm enjoying it more and more. He didn't even make a move. Just the foreplay and the look in his eyes are enough to make me unable to extricate myself. This guy has really become a terrifying old driver. Too powerful, too terrifying. I'm so wet, he must think that I'm about to ascend to the heavens, right? Forget it, I'll accept my fate. Anyway, I'll be under his control for the rest of my life. I shouldn't have become a counselor in the environmental sciences class. This is all fate. If he really starts to take action later, will I still be able to live? Zhuo Jingxi's mind was completely unrestrained. She began to fantasize all kinds of crazy scenes. Although she was busy in America and alone in a foreign land for the past 6 months, she had watched some kind of European and American educational videos more than once in her dreams. As everyone knew, the European and American colleagues had a much heavier taste than the Japanese teachers in this aspect. Although Zhuo Jingxi hadn't seen much, every scene left a deep impression in her mind. Now, the scenes flashed in her mind like a movie, but the male and female protagonists were replaced by Chen Guang and herself, which made her even more excited. All of this seemed to take a long time, but it only took a few seconds. Chen Guang didn't move for a long time, but Zhuo Jingxi shuddered violently again. Incontinence again. Chen Guang, who was shocked out of his wits, woke up with a start. He didn't dare to drag it any longer. He bent down, reached up with both hands, and pulled it down with force. With a slurp, the casual pants with the underwear inside slid down Zhuo Jingxi's smooth skin. Hearing the sound of the belt buckle hitting the wooden floor in the distance, Zhuo Jingxi's body tightened and she curled up. It's coming, it's finally coming. So excited, so nervous. Chapter 1049. Unexpectedly, Chen Guang moved closer to her ear and said loudly, "Teacher Zhuo, I don't know if you can hear me right now, but don't worry, I'll find a way to cure you. I'll go get a cold towel to ice you, then I'll ask the hotel's front desk for a thermometer." Zhuo Jingxi's eyes flew open with a blank look on her face. What? What are you talking about? Chen Guang saw that she had woken up and was overjoyed. "Teacher Zhuo, you're awake. Thank God. That's great, that's great. Listen to me, your fever is really terrifying. I've never seen anyone burn up like this. Forget it, I'll call Wu Miaowan and ask her to come down quickly." Do you still remember Wu Miaowan? Her medical skills are amazing. As long as she's here, even the most serious of illnesses can be stabilized. Don't panic, I'll definitely save your life. I swear. After Chen Guang finished speaking, he didn't wait for Zhuo Jingxi to reply. He turned around and ran to the washroom. As he prepared the cold towel, he fumbled for his phone. 10 seconds later, Chen Guang wrung the towel dry at lightning speed and rushed back. He first placed the cold, wet towel on Zhuo Jingxi's forehead, then took out his phone and prepared to call Wu Miaowan. At the same time, he looked anxious and concerned. He gave Zhuo Jingxi, who was looking at him in a daze, a meaningful glance and said, "Teacher Zhuo, please wait a little longer. I'll get Wu Miaowan to send a helicopter from the headquarters. It'll definitely arrive in an hour or half an hour." Zhuo Jingxi, whose mind had almost completely crashed, finally reacted. "I'm really the one who broke into your house. After all this time, the fever you mentioned was a fever, not a fever." The scenes from when she got off the car until now flashed across Zhuo Jingxi's mind at lightning speed. All of Chen Guang's behavior corresponded with the fever he mentioned. No wonder this guy is acting so weird. Does he think I'm having a high fever? What the hell is going on in my head? How could his S&M routine be so natural? After all this time, what I think is east, and what you think is west. In that instant, Zhuo Jingxi understood that she had really bumped into the heavens this time. She wanted nothing more than to smash Chen Guang's head to death, but she also wanted nothing more than to smash her own head into the wall and kill herself. Seeing that Chen Guang had already pressed the dial button, Zhuo Jingxi was startled awake. No, she definitely couldn't let him make the call, or else this would be a huge joke. She didn't care that she was naked and jumped up from the bed. "Don't call. I don't have a fever. Stop messing around." She roared as she pounced, her right hand grabbing the phone in Chen Guang's hand. She snatched the phone over at lightning speed and hung up before the call connected. Chen Guang looked confused. "Didn't you just say that you had a fever?" Zhuo Jingxi really wanted to throw this guy's phone out the window. "Yes." I said I was horny. But when I say coquettish, I mean coquettish. Not that fire stick of yours. Listen to me again, I'll say it. I'm horny. Horny. Zhuo Jingxi threw caution to the wind and dragged out her voice. Chen Guang's head was full of question marks. No matter how dense he was, he should have woken up by now. Just like Zhuo Jingxi's mental journey, he quickly went over the situation from when he got off the car until now. She thought I had a fever as horny. In other words, in the elevator just now, she admitted that she was horny. What the F***ck? This is so F***king awkward. Teacher Zhuo, why are you so tough? I was a little caught off guard. Is American culture so strong? After squatting in the lab for half a year, Teacher Zhuo, you've been reborn. Is the air in America poisonous? Zhuo Jingxi sat cross-legged in front of Chen Guang, naked, while Chen Guang sat sideways across from her. The two of them stared at each other, dumbfounded. The scene was extremely strange. It was as if two big countries were fighting for oil fields with all their might, fighting to the death. In the end, they discovered that the reserves inside were not even enough to supply an oil lamp. It was as exaggerated as the time when two countries were fighting for oil fields. The flush on Zhuo Jingxi's body gradually faded. Although she was still naked, she couldn't care less about her embarrassment. At that moment, Chen Guang's phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a call from Wu Miaowan, who had just flashed away. Under such a special situation, Chen Guang didn't know whether Wu Miaowan was calling to save the day or to ruin it. He clutched his phone and didn't want to answer. However, Wu Miaowan thought that he had some important business to attend to, or perhaps it was for some other purpose, so she had to get through. Her cell phone kept ringing. In this spacious room that seemed to be charming and a little awkward, it was unbearable, like a talisman that hastened her death. Why don't you just pick up? The moment I hung up, it seemed to have gone through for a moment. Zhuo Jingxi mustered up her courage and said. Chen Guang nodded stiffly, then answered the call. Hi, Wu Miaowan's anxious voice came from the other side of the phone. What's wrong? Why are you calling me so late at night? Are you in some kind of emergency? Don't worry, I'll fly down with everyone. Chen Guang quickly calmed her down. What kind of joke was this? With his and Zhuo Jingxi's situation today, it was already extremely awkward for Wu Miaowan to come down alone. If the entire Guangding General Headquarters were to come down and watch the most awkward foreplay in history between the ex-director and his teacher's lover, wouldn't they? I'll become the leader of the world of awkward foreplay. I'll become an international joke that goes down in history. Don't. It's nothing. I have someone here whining. No, it's a fever. Wu Miaowan, who was on the other side, relaxed a little. You scared me. It's rare for you to call me, and it's so late at night. You're already the strongest person in the world now, so I was really afraid of a situation that even you couldn't handle. I thought everyone's lives would be lost. In the end, it's just a fever. What a big deal. Chen Guang only chuckled foolishly. He really didn't know how to explain it to Wu Miaowan. Hey, that's not right. You're in Tongshan City, right? Isn't there a hospital there? It's just a normal fever. You don't have to call me. Is it serious? Forget it, I'll just come down. I'll find a fast train. Wait for me for 40 minutes. Chen Guang said anxiously, Don't. No need. It's not that serious. The fever's going down soon. As he said that, he looked at Zhuo Jingxi with an exceptionally stiff expression. This time, he finally reacted. Teacher Zhuo was sitting cross-legged with his legs spread apart. At a glance, the scene of him toppling from top to bottom was extremely beautiful. Zhuo Jingxi felt something when Chen Guang's gaze swept over her. He said that the fever was going down, but he immediately started whining again. Oh. The fever's gone down. Is that it? You're so jumpy. Then it's fine. Chen Guang snorted. Yes. It's fine. Wu Miaowan hung up the phone suspiciously and muttered to herself, "You're so sneaky. Do you think I don't know that you're with Teacher Zhuo today? Old pervert. Bad, bad, bad." Chen Guang threw his phone away and let out a long sigh of relief. It's fine. I managed to fool him. On the other side, Zhuo Jingxi finally could not take it anymore and slowly hugged him. Although there were a few twists and turns tonight, it was already like this. He couldn't just do nothing, right? Although the process was a little complicated, all roads lead to Rome. He would get things done quickly and then go to sleep peacefully. I won't let you off tonight. I'll torture you to death and piss you off. No matter how much you beg me later, I'll lie down and pretend to sleep. I'm going to take revenge on you for torturing me to death by accident. No, I'm busy. I'm very busy right now. Chen Guang, you've made me, your teacher, angry. I haven't quit my whining at all. I'm very, very seriously whining now. Chen Guang glared. Then, Zhuo Jingxi flipped him over and pressed him down on the bed. American culture is harmful. I've been counterattacked again. In the end, Chen Guang's mind still hadn't reacted when he was stripped naked as well. What happened to having a good rest in the hotel? Why did it turn out like this? This is completely different from what I expected. Aren't you tired, Teacher Zhuo? Have you forgotten about the 3-second girl by Daming Lake? Why are you so arrogant? Do you think you can compete with the old man's invincible iron spear? You obviously couldn't even withstand a single blow. As Chen Guang was thinking about this, Zhuo Jingxi, who was sitting on him, suddenly bent down. The invincible pile driver immediately ignited and madly struck the muddy wetland at an extremely high frequency, completely out of control. 3 seconds. Maybe only 2 seconds. Zhuo Jingxi twitched violently. Then, her eyes rolled back and she slowly went limp. Under Chen Guang's stunned gaze, she directly fell to her side. The next moment, she lay down next to him with her back facing him, motionless. Chen Guang sat up straight and looked at Zhuo Jingxi's smooth and crystal clear back. He didn't know if she was doing it on purpose, or if she was really too tired and fell into a deep sleep. This, Teacher Zhuo, you can't do this, right? How can you just kill and not bury? You're satisfied, but you can't leave me hanging in the air, can you? Can't you at least give me a little bit of hope to live on? Chen Guang anxiously poked his head out, wanting to see what was going on with Zhuo Jingxi. If she really lost consciousness from exhaustion like last time, then there was nothing he could do. He could only blame it on his bad luck. In any case, the pile driver and his old opponent, Qilan Arm, were evenly matched. At worst, he could just rely on himself again. It was a bit hard for him, but he still had to be more protective of Teacher Zhuo. If she was pretending to be asleep, then it was time to have a good talk. He leaned over and looked into Zhuo Jingxi's eyes for a long time, but he couldn't see anything. Although Zhuo Jingxi had deliberately wanted to be mischievous before, she had completely lost her soul now. She was really unconscious, not pretending. Even with Chen Guang's acting skills, he couldn't find anything wrong with it. He sighed. What else could he do? He would just have to do it himself. Blaming the heavens and others wouldn't change his fate. He had boarded the pirate ship of the Holy Grail and unfortunately became the strongest pile driver in history. He was destined to become a weirdo in human history, with endless happiness and worries. I can satisfy everyone, but no one can satisfy me. No, there was one, but Miss Wenwen's train of thought was very strange. If she didn't bring it up herself, Chen Guang wouldn't dare to take the initiative to ask for it. She said that she would pay a high overnight fee, but there was no sign of it until now. His dream of being the world's most expensive duck king couldn't be fulfilled. Maybe one day when he was walking on the street, Miss Wen would suddenly rush out of the woods and drag him into the woods to have a 300 round of sex. Or maybe he would wait for her to pamper him for a few months, but there would be no sign of her. Miss Wen had always done things in an unusual way, and no one could figure out her pattern of action. Chen Guang complained in his heart as he sat beside Zhuo Jingxi and used his Qilin arm to save himself. A great beauty was sleeping on her side on the bed, motionless, while the young man next to her could only sit cross-legged and pray for his own luck. This scene was really beautiful. If one didn't look at it, it would only make one sigh, and those who heard it would feel sad, and those who saw it would cry. However, after more than half an hour, Chen Guang felt that his little brother was about to ignite. It was about time to start a forest fire by drilling wood, but there was still no movement. Today's situation was too special, and the way it was going was too strange. It seriously affected his state of mind, and his emotions were very bad. His little brother was quite uncooperative, and he was almost beaten black and blue, but he still refused to vomit blood. Chen Guang couldn't lay his hands on Zhuo Jingxi, and he was afraid that he would disturb her rest, so he simply gave up and fell on his back. Looking at his invincible iron spear, he sighed faintly and said, "Sigh, I'm so miserable." In fact, Zhuo Jingxi had already woken up a few minutes earlier. She heard the sound coming from behind her, and she could guess what Chen Guang was doing even with her toes. She really spent a lot of effort to control herself and not laugh out loud. "Humph, you stupid brat, you made me embarrassed. I want to teach you a lesson. Do you think I will sympathize with you? Dream on." Zhuo Jingxi quietly covered her mouth, afraid that she would let the cat out of the bag. She was so happy at his misfortune that she didn't want others to know. She was determined to teach this guy a lesson. He tormented her and teased her. The most infuriating thing was that he obviously didn't know anything, but he dared to say that the formula she stole from Prince was useless. "Then according to what you said, why did I take such a huge risk to rush back? Just for a few seconds of physical need. Although it was very comfortable, I, Teacher Zhuo, am also a person with a lot of goals in life." But even if there were thousands of knots in her heart that couldn't be untied, when Chen Guang finally gave up and laid down, sighing, Zhuo Jingxi's heart instantly softened. This guy, he was clearly about to break down, but he still didn't want to disturb me. Although he was a bit mischievous and disobedient, and also a playboy, he was actually really gentle. Zhuo Jingxi wanted to forgive him, but she felt unwilling. It was really hard on her, and he was letting her off too easily. Most importantly, she hadn't even calmed down yet, and if she let him have his way, this brat still didn't know how to appreciate and appreciate. "This won't do, I have to talk to him. He said before that he would tell me tonight why my formula wasn't good, so now I have to get to the bottom of it. Otherwise, don't think that I'll let you off easy again. Anyway, I'm completely satisfied now. My heart is as still as water, like a nun." So, Zhuo Jingxi suddenly got up and flipped over. She tilted her head and stared at Chen Guang with her beautiful eyes. Chen Guang was overjoyed. "Teacher Zhuo, you're awake. Let's continue." Zhuo Jingxi pushed him fiercely. "Wait a minute. Don't even think about being impatient, you brat. I have something to say." Chen Guang chuckled and said, "No need, let's talk next time. I'm busy right now." Zhuo Jingxi, however, steeled her heart and deliberately put on a straight face. You better put on a proper attitude for this teacher. Other than being confused, Chen Guang was at a loss, but seeing that she looked very serious, he really didn't dare to act rashly. He could only pinch his nose and continue to struggle. Little Cece, what's the matter? This call of a little Cece went straight to Zhua Jingxi's heart. She almost had goosebumps all over her body. It took a lot of effort for her to calm herself down. Don't be so glib-tongued. Let me ask you, on what basis do you say that my photocatalyst formula is useless? You have to give me a reasonable explanation. You're denying the hard work that I've put in for half a year. Do you know that my formula has the highest evaluation in Prince's laboratory? If you don't give me a reason, don't even think about touching me tonight. Chen Guang almost collapsed on his back. Teacher Zhua, your brain circuit is a bit too elegant. What kind of situation is this? The two of us have a long night, a man and a woman, facing each other naked, and you're deliberately throwing a tantrum. Is this something you care about? Your godly twist is too fierce. My waist is about to break because of you. What's wrong with this world? Did I open it the wrong way? You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.